Hey, Phantom. Hi, Anna. How are you guys feeling today? That's always good. Definitely a good day to rest. No, I'm sorry, Anna. We can look at your chart too and see what's going on. Because we actually do have quite a bit going on with this moon, so it could be hitting you pretty hard. Today has been very strange, to say the least. Definitely did not sleep last night. It was very weird. So, hey, Pauline. Hi, Ruby. This new moon is tomorrow, and it's actually a super new moon in Libra. So I'm going to be going over all of that as well as the other aspects collectively that are affecting us. And then if you guys have your own specific questions about your charts, like if you know your chart, then you could type it in while I'm going over the aspects, and once I'm done, I can answer it for you, or you can wait until after and ask it. It's up to you guys, because I know sometimes I'll forget questions if I don't write it. But I'm going to go over the aspects first before answering the questions, just in case they answer some questions on their own. But there's definitely a lot going on here. It's your birthday, isn't it, Pauline? Because remember, your birthday's like right in the middle of retrograde and the new moon. So definitely a happy birthday. You got a lot of energy going into your birthday, hun. And it just went through yesterday that I was approved for the affiliate thing, so now I can actually start creating emojis for you guys. Phantom just reminded me by putting that little one up, so I gotta create some so I can upload them for you guys. And plus, I gotta put out all my stuff for subbing and everything on my platforms because I got perks for that too. So I got a lot of stuff I gotta do now that it finally went through. This Leo moon made this about me. But yeah, if you guys want to, I can go ahead and start jumping into some of the stuff we got going on that's happening tomorrow on the new moon. Yeah, when it's and plus it's like in the middle of two charged, full moons that we have going on between the harvest moon and the blue moon. But it creates an even more powerful impact with it being a super new moon. So, just to start at the beginning, new moons happen when the moon and the sun are conjunct at an exact degree. So it's like they're literally sitting on top of each other, which makes it to where you have the nothingness that you see in the sky. So, immediately, what is happening with this new moon, it is in Libra. Now, Libra is the sign of balance. It's of wanting justice in certain situations. It's also partnerships and our relations to people. It's a lot of seventh house energy. So that can also bring out some balance when it comes to ourselves as well, because we need to balance our shadow with our light at the same time. So there's a lot of balance coming in with this moon. Now, we definitely need balance right now. There's a whole lot of shit going on. But there's a direct opposition to Mars retrograde. I know this Mars retrograde is just having the time of its life, throwing a wrench in every which way when something happens. It's been connected to, I feel, every moon so far in some way. But this one is directly opposing, which is creating this tension because we have this feeling of wanting to be about ourselves and wanting to be about relationships. And it's going to be a big challenge because some of us, yes, we need to be more giving in our relationships, but some of us need boundaries. So it's knowing where you are on the spectrum. Are you the person that is completely out there with your energy and it's all over the place and you're just giving it to everybody and you're completely depleted? This is the place where you need to balance and put up your boundaries and reassess what's going on. If you're completely closed off and your boundaries are so far up, this is where you need to balance being able to be vulnerable, being able to open up and actually put yourself out there so that way you can attract the right people. So that's the first big thing going on. I want to say out, just starting. This new moon has a lot of Venusian energy. it is very tied to Venus right now with the way certain things are going on. Of course, having that opposition really powers it up with Mars. Libra is ruled by Venus, but we also have a grand Earth trine between Venus, Taurus, Uranus, and Jupiter. Now, Venus is in Virgo, Uranus is in Taurus, and Jupiter is in Capricorn. Now, these are very stabilizing energies to have an Earth grand trine. They bring a lot of almost structure to a lot of things that might have been really out of whack. And since it includes Venus, this is also tying back to the energy of the moon. It's more Venusian energy. The same thing with Taurus. Taurus is ruled by Venus. So we're having all of this energy that is coming in. So we need to know the sides of Venus for this moon. We need to understand both the good and the bad aspects of Venus in order to navigate this. Because on one side there's the beauty, there is the love, there is the acceptance and the relationships and being able to step into the love for ourselves and seeing value in certain things. But it can also go in a very dark way. It can go into jealousy. It can go into these places of insecurity and really needing to have all of the attention and taking that from other people and becoming manipulative. Be careful of these energies because it's very strong right now, and it's going to definitely play out in other planets because it's such a heavy influence right now. So anytime you feel yourself kind of teetering towards some of those aspects, realize that you need to kind of rein yourself in and go back the other route, because that can easily happen, especially being frustrated right now, because we have a lot of oppositions and we have a lot of squares. So that's going to create a lot of tension where we're trying to work through stuff. Because anytime we have oppositions and anytime we have squares, these are challenges. We need to overcome these in order to progress, in order to evolve into the next stage where we are actually becoming the better version of ourselves through integrating different parts we are learning. Now, with this Earth Grand Trine specifically, since it's including Venus, Uranus, and Jupiter, of course, I already talked about Venus energy, but coming to Uranus energy, we've been dealing with this Taurus-Uranus energy for a while now, which is in retrograde. It's causing us to really take stock of what our values are, what we deem as important, what we feel is actually valuable to us, and it's ripping away what isn't. And if we don't understand what is actually of value and we are having things taken, then we're going to be getting extremely frustrated. And this is connected to Jupiter in this trine, with Jupiter's very expansive energy, very spiritual energy. And depending on what you're doing with Jupiter, what is going to happen is either you're going to be expanding on your learning and growing and really taking care of business here and being able to see what is the value that you want to bring into your life, what balance you want to bring into your life, or you're going to be swinging the opposite direction where you are fighting it, where you are holding on for dear life to these things that aren't helping you anymore. And it's going to become an obsession. You need to be able to back off, because just like Saturn, Jupiter can bring a lot of heavy lessons if you are not working with it. So it's very important to understand where you are when you're doing this. Like, are you feeling like you're completely fighting a tide no matter what you're doing? If you're feeling like you're trying to dig through a freaking mountain while you're doing stuff, more than likely you're pushing against what stuff is trying to be like kind of uprooted. Because having these different energies, the structure that's trying to be built right now is what's going to help your health, what's going to help your routine, what is going to change what you value, what you're spiritually connected to, your authenticity. And it's also going to expand your mind in a way that the structure you build is sound. It's what you are going to base the rest of what you're creating off of. So being able to use this energy during the new moon to create what you want to make as a foundation is very important. You can really use the power of this grand trine to power up what you want to do at this new moon. Now, this grand trine is going to be with us a bit longer because Jupiter and Uranus don't really move that quickly. Venus is going to be in Virgo and making this trine for at least a few more days, if not a little longer. Because the trine with Venus is kind of right in the middle of Jupiter and Uranus. So that's, even though it moves a little quicker, it's still going to stay in the trine. So we're going to have the energy of this trine for a bit after the new moon. So continue, sorry about loud noise, people in their cars. But, so continue to work on this energy, especially after the new moon, because this is going to be creating openings. It's going to be creating that feeling of, okay, what is balanced, what is not balanced, and you're going to be able to see it, because we actually have this opposition happening between Mercury retrograde and Uranus, which is part of that trine. So we know Mercury retrograde's in Scorpio right now. We're already kind of dealing with this energy. And it's making us sit and do what is opposite of what we usually do. If we're usually a very introspective and very private person, what's happening is it's causing this opposite effect where you are purging and you are just giving it to everybody. And it's almost like this effect, is this how you... It's almost like, even though you're not understanding it, it is showing you how you need to heal right now. And the reason this is so challenging is it's opposite of what you're used to in your structure. It's part of this uprooting that's happening with Uranus. And it's going to feel so frustrating and so confusing at times because it is so new. And then the people that are so used to speaking but not truly going inside and doing work are being pushed to go internal. They're being pushed to actually face the things that they're refusing to face. So depending on which side of the coin that you're falling here, if you are doing tons of work and you've been the person that's only been keeping to yourself and doing tons of work, all of a sudden the floodgates are going to open and your stuff is going to be out there for everybody. But if you're the person that hasn't been doing the work and you've been ignoring it, you're going to be pulled to have to do this so you can uproot what doesn't work, and stuff's going to be getting pulled out of your lives to teach you this lesson. And with Mercury, we have to think of the energy of Mercury. It is communication. It is being able to articulate what we are thinking. It's a very fast moving planet, but also it deals with the hands. It deals with creativity. And using what we're learning through whatever deep, dark secrets, trauma, whatever is coming up that we're having to work through right now, using our hands to create, or using our speaking abilities to orate, so that way we can actually flush out what needs to be done, is very important right now. Whether you paint, whether you draw, whether you write, whether you create videos, even if they're just for yourself, and you just talk and talk and talk and get it out. Being able to release is so important for transformation right now, because Scorpio is all about transformation. So, that was a whole lot, and Mercury's a whole lot, coming in with this new moon at the same time and this opposition. The other opposition we have is also part of the Grand Trine, and this one's between Venus and Neptune. Now, Neptune is still retrograde in Pisces. It's still doing the ripping apart delusions, it's still lifting the veil, it's still forcing us into our spiritual aspect and inside. With this opposition to Venus in Virgo, it's the challenge of being so in the mind and so in ourselves and so in the spiritual sense, and then having to somehow work that into the love that either we're giving other people or that we're giving ourselves. And this is daily. This is something you're having to do each day under this influence, and it becomes very frustrating because it's almost like you cannot get away from it, and it can affect your health if you do not work on it. If you ignore it, it can start creating anxiety, it can create depression, it can create the different feelings of insecurity and like you're stuck. It can also really affect your sleep because the Piscean energy is a lot about dreams. It can be creating nightmares and night terrors and tons of other things coming up because you're fighting the energy. If you're working with it and you're using it to learn how to infuse self-love into yourself by understanding the unconditional love aspect of Piscean energy, then what you're going to be able to do is use this Venusian aspect to really go in with that Virgo energy and understand the details without tearing yourself apart. You're going to be able to go in and actually do this internal work where you understand, where you're actually piecing together the parts that you didn't get before. Now, knowing that energy, and the thing is, I want to go over these tough aspects first, and then, because there's way more of the tough aspects, and then I'll go over some of the good ones at the end to kind of tie it together as well. And the reason I'm doing this is I want to tell you guys how to work through the tough ones and how to navigate them, as opposed to feeling like you're stuck with this. So, the next thing, we all know these are the squares I'm going to talk about. I've talked about the oppositions, which means they're directly opposite each other. The square is another challenge. This one can bring actually a little more irritability than the opposition, because that's more of like a tug-pull kind of thing and understanding the energies. With the square, it's almost like a fight. And we have Mars retrograde still, as it has been, forming squares to all the planets in Capricorn, which is Jupiter, Pluto, and Saturn. So once again, Mars is sitting there, retrograde, stuck in the mud, not really able to move, and getting very irritated, and sending this energy over, hey Jen, over to these planets that are trying to create massive change, not only within us, but within the actual like whole consciousness here. Like, it's really like going across everyone with this. So with Mars doing this fun square to all of these, what's happening is the irritation that's coming with the uprooting of these structures. Like, why do I gotta keep doing this? I've been doing this forever. And it's almost like you're getting tired. You're losing energy. Oh, thank you, Jen. But with oh, and if you guys see those little crowns by your name, that means you actually have Amazon Prime. So if you see little crowns, that's just saying that you have Prime, and you can subscribe for free with a Prime. Like, you have a free like subscription with a Prime, like you can subscribe to me. That's what that means. Because now you can see it now because I can get subscribers. But back to what I was saying with this. So I'm talking about the blue crown, not the diamond. The diamond means you're VIP. But back to what I was saying with the Mars squaring these planets. We're all growing very frustrated. We are feeling very stuck in a lot of ways because we've been really trying to dig through. We've been really trying to understand all this work we're doing because it's hitting very major aspects of our lives. It's really just not only on a personal level, but on a large scale. Things are falling apart. Things are being ripped up. Things are changing. People's views are like all over the place and scattered. It's a very major energy to have, and it causes a lot of frustration. It causes a lot of anger and irritability, and it just causes a lot of stagnation because there's no forward momentum. So, hey, Kat. So, with all this going on, we have to realize that we cannot control this global scale stuff because it's been going on for a while, especially when all these planets were direct. We were already seeing tons of stuff getting ripped apart already, but now that they are direct, and we have this Mercury retrograde happening, which I'm going to talk about in a moment, but this is really starting to get under our skin because we're watching what's happening around us and it's kind of distracting us. We need to be careful of distractions right now because that's very easy when we're stuck in a stagnant energy. And the only way to get out of this stagnant energy is, like I said before, you need to create. You need to pull from this space where you're learning, where things are falling apart. And then you need to get it out of you so that it's not just staying in the mind, so that it's not just spinning. Because since we can't act physically, well, most of us, some of us actually do have to act physically. Some of us have to step up and start acting. Like I said, it's going to be opposite of what you're used to. Whatever you usually do, it's going to be pushing you into your uncomfortable zone and making you do the opposite. So a lot of us, for say if you're a private person and usually you don't share your views, you're going to be randomly just like word vomit, like just saying everything that is in there that you've been holding down and not understanding why the hell it's coming out. It's almost like you're going to be in the back of your mind listening to yourself, like, okay, what's going on with my mouth right now? I feel like my mouth's been taken over. And the thing is, you have to understand that this energy is purging energy. It is trying to make you purge. So, any which way that you are allowing it to come out, because the thing is, if you're not in control, if you are not conscious of what you're doing, it's going to easily override you. It's going to be confusing. You're not going to know what's going on with your emotions. You're not going to know why certain things are coming out. You have to be very conscious. You have to be very grounded. And that's where you can use this earth energy. Because in using this earth energy, it can really help pull you down into the structure you're trying to create and help make you feel secure. You really need to fall into this earth energy. And in a way, it's a huge blessing that we have a grand earth trine sitting here trying to help us through this energy because that actually really powers up this earth energy. So, the next thing I want to go on to, and this is why a lot of people are going to be feeling this lovely new moon in another way, is because it also is forming multiple squares. It has that opposition to Mars, but it's still forming Okay, is it working now? Okay, thank goodness. I was thinking I was gonna have to restart my whole freaking thing. Okay. What was the last thing you guys heard? Because I'm not sure. See, I told you guys I wasn't gonna get frustrated with anything with technology because it's like, if it happens, just gonna breeze through it and try to figure it out. Okay, so I was talking about the new moon and the squares that are happening. So I'll just kind of try to backtrack because I'm not sure how far I got into it because I kind of went off on my thing that I do once I start talking. It just all starts kind of flowing in because none of this is written. I literally just pull it up for you guys when I get on here and start talking. So it's pretty much whatever just starts flowing into me while I'm talking. Um, so the new moon, which is both the sun and the moon conjunct together, both are squaring all of the planets in Capricorn. And this is creating a lot of frustration because we already have that frustration with the Mars retrograde right now, and I already talked about how that's playing into those planets. But the way this new moon is playing into these planets with this square over here is pretty much it's creating this feeling that we really, 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 really want balance. We want balance in our relationships. We want balance within ourselves. We want balance with our emotions. We want balance with our heart's desires and what we can do. But what's happening is we're so unsure because a lot of this energy is very confusing and it's making us feel like we don't really know how to move forward. And in some cases, we feel like we can't move forward because we're so stuck with that Mars energy making all those squares. Now, with these planets being squared off with the new moon and feeling like things are changing, we might be feeling this need to really hang on with this new moon instead of letting it go. And the reason for that is we feel like this structure is what balance we have, it's what comfort we have, it's what we know. And some of these things that are going to be letting go are relationships. It's going to be letting go of certain views we have on ourselves that we felt were protective and that were self-loving because of doing the balancing work. And it's very hard to get into a space when you don't understand if it's good for you or not. If you don't understand where it's coming from, it creates a lot of anxiety because when you're looking at what's happening and feeling like so much is changing when all you want is this structure and balance, you want things to even out, you want things to be in a place where you can create what you feel would be your safety. And plus you want to be fair. It's like seeing anything that's unfair happening, whether it's in your personal life or out in the world, it's going to create this great feeling of injustice. Like, what the hell is wrong with everybody? And that in itself is going to create another layer on top of what you're dealing with personally. So all of these things are coming to a head, being paired off very powerfully because, like I said, there's opposition literally between New Moon and Mars. So they already got that going on where they're doing that with each other. But then both of them are squaring all three of the planets in Capricorn. So there's this huge energy that is pushing major change to these structures that are not serving us. And like I said, with Jupiter's energy, we already know the expansion of spirituality and everything I talked of before. And Pluto is a lot like the Scorpio energy with Mercury. It's transformation, it's understanding these deep aspects of yourself that have been grounded within you, that have been so deeply rooted that trying to rip them up actually causes this phoenix rebirth feeling because there's so much of it and it's so heavy. Now, thank you, loud motorcycle person. But, and then with the Saturn Capricorn, it's being able to see, like, in your life, where have you let people run over you? Where have you let authority be something that was abusive to you? Where can you actually work towards taking that away? Because with the Saturn Capricorn energy, Saturn and Capricorn are actually like the home. Like Saturn is home to Capricorn. So this is the energy of like the law, the work, the perseverance, the karma, just so much. And with this moon, a lot of us might actually be feeling kind of ticked off at the balance, because what if we're getting back some karma from some really old thing that Mercury's deciding to bring in right now, because it's like, hey, this is the perfect time for you to deal with this. And it can be very frustrating if we're already dealing with all this other stuff. So, oh hey babe. So, this energy is going to be hitting us tomorrow. And this new moon is actually happening at 12:31 PST. So wherever you are with, time changes like Eastern, wherever you are, this is going to be happening kind of afternoon time. Like we're going to be really feeling these energies very strongly in the afternoon. So if you're getting up, if you're at work, wherever you are, and you're feeling like all of a sudden this like dump on you out of nowhere, you're kind of like, oh my god, remember, this is hitting at a middle of the day or later in the day kind of feel. This isn't going to be nighttime when we're going to sleep. This is like, us really having to deal with this heavy thing that feels like we're getting smacked with some karma that we might feel is very imbalanced, because it's a square. It's not a positive, helpful aspect. It's a challenge. So when this happens, you have to be able to rein in your emotions. You have to realize that instead of allowing that to overrun, you need to quiet and try to tune into your intuition with this. You need to see what you're being pulled to actually create. Because whatever you're being pulled to create right now is what the focus should be, not the focus on the tension, not the focus on the external world and all of the anger it's making you feel. There's going to be plenty of people that aren't doing any of this work or understanding any of the energies, that are going to be going around and doing more than enough damage by not understanding what they're doing. And you have to realize that's not a reflection on you, because a lot can be projected, especially with this Piscean energy. People can decide that they just want to reflect everything they're not working on you. And it can be very frustrating. It'll make you feel like, what is wrong with me, when there isn't. You're doing your work. You're trying to figure out what's going on. You're acknowledging what you're working on and you're working through it. And it's hard when you have outside influences trying to come in, especially from relationships, since this is in Libra. Any kind of partnerships, whether it's friends, family, romantic, work, whatever it is, coming in and trying to tell you what you need to be doing, because you're creating a new structure within yourself and around you. You're creating a very stable foundation by doing this work. If someone's coming in and trying to tell you what the heck you need to be doing, it's going to create some friction, and you need to be able to rein that in, because with that Mars directly opposite that, it's going to be so easy for flare-ups. It's going to be so easy to fall into that irritability and just be like, you know what, well, screw you. And it's like, you don't want to do that. You want to be able to transmute that energy and be able to be more in control. This is a lot about learning control. It's a lot about learning patience. It's really pushing us to our limit here to be able to work through this energy. So like I said, I was going to go through all the hard aspects first. Like, of course, the grand earth trine I talked about is a positive aspect. That's really helping us stay grounded in this energy. It's really a blessing we have that. So what's really good here is Venus in Virgo, as I've spoken of earlier, is actually creating a trine to all three planets in Capricorn. We need this. We need this help right now because this is very loving, serviceable energy because it's Venus Virgo. It's like really trying to create this love outwards because Venus is Virgo is the sign of service, it's of duty, it's of what we put outside of ourselves for others, but also our health. And this making a trine to all three of these planets in Capricorn that are creating this new structure, it's really pushing for our structure, our internal structure, to be that of love, to be that of really detailing out every little piece of ourselves and finding a way to love each piece as we're going through and uprooting these things. It's helping us see the details and the beauty in the details. And it's also helping us realize that these relationships, we're able, since Virgo is also ruled by Mercury, it helps us compartmentalize. It helps us kind of be more objective. Because when these feelings are coming in, this confusion, we can use it to kind of become objective of the relationships that are coming in and trying to tell us what to do. We can step back and see, like, okay, they're coming in because of the place they're in, not because of me. So being more in that energy and using it while still working on yourself and understanding that certain things are out of your control and being able to surrender those to this feeling of what can I do in my day today? What can I do that actually has an impact that I'm doing, as opposed to the worry, as opposed to just putting more worry out. That worry isn't helping anything. You can process your emotions. Don't repress them. Allow them out. If you need to cry, cry. Whatever you need to do to get certain things out, don't repress. Allow them to come out. But at the same time, don't become stuck. Don't make that your day today. Make it to where you allow yourself release, and then you allow yourself some movement. And it's not going to be this crazy movement with how Mars is sitting in that energy. It's going to be a movement within, and it's going to show without you actually having to put all this extra effort into it. Because feeling all this tension of you needing to do something and people telling you need to do something is more than enough to drive anyone insane. But if you're more in this energy here where you can actually tidy up, like make a little clear space for yourself, because if you clear clutter away and you have your own like little space where you know where you can just rest, you can relax, it'll be really good for your mental and emotional health to be able to pull yourself completely away from distractions. And this will really help with the grounding energy that we need. So that's a really good one. We need that. We need all those trines. So the next one I want to talk about, since we have all those squares, I want to talk about this sextile that is in between Neptune as well as Jupiter and Pluto. So, like I was saying before, being able to use the energy of Neptune in the positive way, in the way that's bringing love, that's bringing our dreams forward, that's helping us understand compassion and things outside of ourselves, and the dreamlike qualities, being that sextile between that expansive planet, but also that planet of transformation and this deep pulling out of things. It's almost like we're able to remove, because Pisces is also the subconscious. It's being able to go more deep into our subconscious and bring that love, just like how that Virgo energy is trying to bring that love into this change. But it's a more broad, loving aspect into the change. So using both those loving energies, even though we're facing all these challenges, is what is going to really help us if we can stay in that energy. And it's a lot of what I was talking about earlier with the Venusian energy, like which side are you going to fall on? And we also have a trine between the Mercury retrograde and the Neptune retrograde, which, Scorpio Pisces. This also has an effect where you can go, it's like, Pisces subconscious, but this Scorpio energy is this, like I said, the deep transformative energy. It's flushing out the secrets, not being able to avoid things that have been there for so long, and bringing these things out to the surface and being able to face them. And being able to face them with love, because that is something we really need. And having that trine, that's going to be there for a little bit. Like, I'm probably a few days also, like this grand trine. So like the rest of this week, maybe into early next week, we're going to be able to be using these energies to really work through this. And then we also have a sextile. Like, Mercury is really trying to help us out here. Like, believe it or not, even though Mercury is retrograde, it's actually trying to help us out here. It's actually a very good Mercury retrograde, with it being in Scorpio, because this energy is actually very helpful if you can use it correctly. And we actually have a sextile to the Virgo Venus. And this is making, once again, like that Pisces energy, that loving Venusian energy coming in, but being very dutiful in nature with Virgo, being able to actually organize our thoughts, being able to bring everything down and make plans, and being able to understand. And this is going to help that action, being able to help us verbalize, because like I said, Virgo is also Mercury ruled. So we are having this energy of Mercury being connected together with another sign that's Mercury in nature, and bringing love into this deep uprooting and this deep understanding of ourselves, and helping us communicate it in a way that's organized, in a way that makes sense, in a way that's objective and grounded. And it's also going to help us with creating, because being able to use our hands in a way that's very earthy, and like for some of us, maybe even doing different projects outside would be very beneficial and actually help us be more in that grounded energy that we really need in order to create. For others of us, it's literally just creating, like letting that love come out and planning time for yourself and planning space for yourself so you can create, making that a priority, making your health a priority, whether it's mental, physical, spiritual, whatever you're feeding yourself is very important, because you're taking that in right now and it's going to affect everything. And having another trine here is Venus and Uranus, which this is really good for us because it's going to bring this softness to all of this that we've been feeling with this Uranus Taurus energy, just like really like putting this beeline on what do you value, and really like digging in and like bringing in all of this like unexpected change out of nowhere. It's going to bring in this energy where we're finding the beauty in the change. Like I was saying with Virgo, the details are important. We're actually starting to look at the details of the change and how it's actually affecting us for the better, because we can see the smaller things and how it's affecting us. And it helps us be more grateful. It helps us actually go day to day and be able to, in a way, if you need to write a gratitude journal and see the little things, it'll start helping you come more into yourself as opposed to feeling so externally depleted. And that's very good. Whew. I think I did it, guys. I feel like my vocal cords had a run for their money there. Yeah, I know. Oh, thanks. But like I said, if you guys have questions, like if you know where certain things are and you're feeling a certain way, like, you can write it in and, oh, you're feeling, that's good. Because if you guys know your natal charts and you have specific questions like how these certain things are going to affect you, then, I can actually, look at this and kind of help you with it. Yeah, pretty much. Because if yours is conjunct this new moon, you're going to be feeling really out of balance if you're not being creative and getting very frustrated and angry. So, with conjunctions, it varies, but most of the time, when you're looking at a conjunction, you're looking at a range of about 8 degrees either way. So, say if you have 10 degrees that your planet's in, if there's another planet beside it that is between 2 degrees to 10 or 10 to 18 degrees, it would be in the conjunction. But that's for most planets. There are some that either have a little bit wider or a little bit shorter. But when you're dealing with certain things like your midheaven and other very important aspects, usually with those, they're very tiny degrees, like between 1 and 3. And if you have an inconjunct, that's like less than 2. So it's like it really depends on what you're looking at. But just the conjunction is usually itself is around 8. Someone's trying to sing along. Okay, so Mars and Scorpio in 8. So, okay. First, I want to talk about your Mars a little bit, Anna. With your Mars being in your eighth, possibly with Mercury, where if your eighth house starts at 11 degrees or earlier, then this Mercury is going to be um, in your eighth house. If not, since it's retrograde, it's going to keep going back and it's actually going to go into your seventh. So it could be transiting both of your houses. But either way, with this Mercury, with it being, if it's anywhere near your Mars, what's going to be happening is like your drive is very deep seated. It comes from a soul level, and a lot of times your drive can be pushed away when you feel like you have to be too open. It's like if you feel like you're having to go out and share too much of yourself, your drive will shut down because you don't want everyone to know everything, so it makes you back off and block. But there are certain things when you're very passionate about them, no one can stop you talking about them and no one can stop you from doing them. And it gives you a lot of inner strength. And you go through a lot of transformation the more you pursue your passions and the more you step into that energy. And with Mercury being around that energy, what's going to happen is that Scorpio Mercury is going to be doing this effect with you, where it's going in and helping you pull out these things that you were too scared to share, that your Mars was trying to pull out of you so you can work on it, but couldn't fully do on its own. So the Mercury is actually going to come in and start helping you pull that out and also help you express it. It's going to create an expression and add expression to your drive. So if you work with the energy and allow the expression, you won't feel the repressed energy anymore. You won't feel the irritation. You won't feel the stuck nature of not being able to go forward because you have this pull back and forth of what you need to do. And the thing is that Scorpio is also ruled by Mars. It's not just ruled by Pluto. But the reason for that is because of the deep, fiery energy that Scorpio also exudes. So being able to really push through and pull that out, but also pull back the stinger of the Scorpio energy instead of striking when you are feeling like you need to get defensive. Being able to be outside of that energy and understand what is happening is very important. So, with that aspect by itself, in your 8th, it's having a lot of spiritual things. It's having you dive into how you can learn about these things. It's also you learning to pull yourself back from what other people have placed you in. Because since it's of, like, other people's belongings and stuff, a lot of times when our drive comes from other people's things, we don't necessarily have our own drive. And it's very hard to pull yourself away and have your own identity that comes from that and not be stuck in this area of feeling like just because you don't know the answers and just because things are unsure that you can't move forward, and you're feeling so connected to something else that others have placed on you. And it's a very big transformative energy. It's like it's trying to push you through these purging flames constantly, and it's very tiring. But being able to use the Mercury to allow yourself to actually let it out instead of letting it burn you from the inside. Release the flames and let them come out and clear the way for you to move forward. But with your Mercury and Virgo in your 6th house, what's happening there, you're more than likely going to have Venus in there with your Mercury. And this is going to help you a lot because, like I was saying, the way the Virgo energy works with Venus is helping you be more detailed when it comes into how you're being loving. And having your Virgo in the 6th, like, you have a lot of your planets in houses that are, like, ruled by it. And Mercury rules Virgo. Like, you literally have, like, the trifecta here of Virgo being in its home house, Mercury being Virgo's, like, planet. It's like you have the whole thing there. So you literally have very, like, deep Virgo energy already. So having the Venus in there with it, what it's going to help you do instead of scrutinizing yourself, because that can very much happen when you have a lot of Virgo. You become very self-critical. You become very critical of others. You're very critical of everything in your day-to-day. And it begins to tear down a lot. It actually tears down these feelings of security when you don't know how to come outside of yourself and actually use it for constructive building as opposed to the tearing away. And if you're doing this every single day, it has an effect on your mental health, because you have to remember, Mercury is very mental. if you're not allowing yourself a break from what is happening in your day to day, if you're not allowing yourself breathing space, what's going to happen is you're just going to keep going further down a hole and creating a lot of anxiety, because Virgo is also health. So if you're not able to pull away and actually take time for yourself, since Virgo is a very serving sign, like it's about being selfless and serving, if you're not able to come back and give this to yourself, it's detrimental to your health. And having this Venus energy moving in there with your Mercury, what's going to happen if you choose to use the energy this way? You can use this loving energy to actually create these daily routines for yourself, for your health, and give that love that you need to yourself, so that way you can begin to blossom, so that way you can actually begin to move into this space where your health is more important, where your body is more important, where everything that you're doing is coming from a space that makes you feel like you're building, where you're proud, where you're acknowledging yourself, instead of where you're constantly tearing yourself down and having anxiety. Because if you allow yourself to love what you are doing, as opposed to feeling it's an obligation and tearing it apart, that is what's going to help you with having this transit in that house. And you have Saturn in Aries in your second. Okay, for one, that Saturn in Aries immediately is making me think of dad stuff. Really affecting your self-worth with it being in the second house. That is very overbearing energy. That is like almost making me see the Emperor reverse sitting in your second house on top of you. And that's very nasty energy. Now, with that already affecting your value and what you deem valuable, it's almost like what is valuable was stripped from you. You were told one way, blinders, this is what's important, this is what you got to do, or you have no value. And that's very hard to break. But having, in a way, this Mars retrograde could really help you if you use it correctly. Because using this Mars retrograde energy, it's forcing you to stop. It's forcing you to sit there and forcing you to gain courage and strength, and realizing that by coming in and reevaluating, because you're sitting there and you're like, this isn't who I truly am. What was placed on me in youth, because usually the lower portion of our chart is a lot about our youth, our childhood. This value that was placed on yourself, what you believe is meant to be your value, is being shaken up, especially with it being across from this new moon. It's almost like you're going in, really going within, and you're realizing that even though it's a challenge, even though it's hard, that you want to regain that balance within yourself. You want to take back what you truly are. You want to take back your heart. You want to take back your emotions and feel what is really yours, and you're determined to do it. And having that feeling of that Mars retrograde stuck there, it's not going anywhere, and it's actually having all this built up energy, this building and building and building, that once it goes direct, it's actually going to propel you to completely break the structures that were set on you, and you're going to have a whole new way of viewing your self-worth if you work with these energies. So these transits are actually very powerful for you right now. So definitely, just with those 3 things you told me, really focus on those, and you're going to actually grow very rapidly at this time. You're welcome, Anna. I know I kind of like when I wasn't reading chat because once I start doing the thing, I actually see the chart in my head and I start talking. But so for Phantom, the degree of the new moon is actually 23 degrees in Libra. So I see Bay was asking, her moon is in Pisces in the 12th house. So with you, you actually have your that Piscean energy in its home place, and you have it as a moon. That is a very intuitive placement, like highly intuitive, because it's almost like it's natural for you to be in the subconscious, because the moon is the subconscious, Pisces is self-conscious, 12th is self-conscious. It's like you're lucky if you're even in this realm half the time. And with that, oh crap, what did I do? Go smaller. I don't even know what happened just then. But with you having that moon there, that's already part of what's going on in your life and trying to figure out how to ground that energy since you have the moon in Pisces there. But a lot of that will come from learning emotional maturity, learning like what your passions are and your dreams and being able to ground those in reality, because then you're going to be able to fully integrate your intuition into the physical as opposed to it being kind of floating off and doing its own thing wherever it is. But having the retrograde in Neptune with Pisces, which means it's probably around your moon somewhere, that's also bringing in even more, because Pisces' home planet is Neptune. So that's bringing in even more strong Piscean energy to you and making you go really inward. If you decide to use this energy, you can actually start really working on discovering how to bring out your subconscious in a way that makes sense to you. Because instead of being confused by it, with this reversed internal energy, it's almost going to help you be able to pull away the confusion and kind of sweep away the fog if you choose to do the work with it, which will be very deep work, because 12th house work is very deep work. It's very hidden. It's very almost like you are trying to find the secrets of your soul hidden away in this like tucked away box almost. And by having that retrograde in there, it's like telling you, hey, like come in and try to open the box right now. It's a perfect time to do that. So if you allow yourself to do that, especially since it's trining the retrograde Mars, is going to be bringing in this energy of like, hey, there's a lot of deep shit you got to deal with right now, and you need to pull it out, and you need to be able to look at it. Don't avoid it. This is how you're going to get this stability and be able to ground everything down in, as opposed to having it all up in the air and floating off in like fantasy land and not understanding how to like get a rein on the situation. It's like that Mercury Scorpio energy is literally coming in and saying you need to start communicating this shit, but also it's probably gonna with that psychic placement make it to where it's a lot easier for you to communicate spiritually, because Mercury is also the planet of, you know, being able to communicate with the other side as well. It's literally communication in all forms. So I wouldn't be surprised, because Piscean energy is very dreamlike energy. If you're getting a lot of prophetic dreams, stuff that is not making sense to you and it keeps happening, deja vu, like just a lot of things like that happening, as well as clairaudience happening, where you feel like you're hearing shit and you're just like, I'm going fucking nuts. It's like that kind of thing can actually start happening because you have these connections happening right now between these houses. And I mean, between the planets, and plus having that energy in your 12th house, which would put more than likely this Mercury sitting in your 8th house, which is really pumping up that Scorpio power over there. So you definitely are being forced to sit down and learn how to work with your natal moon, because that energy right there is going to be sitting with you a bit. Like, this is like the time where, yeah, you're going to be feeling like pretty dang emotional, but it's like you need to really tap into grounding and doing root work, where you're able to find the security in being calm within yourself instead of feeling like your energy is so scattered. Because when it's scattered like that, it's almost like you're grasping at straws, and it makes you very like wired in a way, because it's almost like what, and it's like you're constantly asking questions instead of getting answers, and it makes you more frustrated. So the best thing to do is first work on being able to breathe, being able to step back, being able to be objective and not allow the emotions to run the show. Like, you can't allow your emotions to rule you and pull you all over the place and kind of throw you into like the waves of everything, because this is very watery energy for you. It's going to be tossing you around. You have to be able to calm these waves that are happening with you right now and have that grounding. And being able to be around both, not only just water, because water can be calming, but I really feel like earth itself would be calming for you as well and help you bring in that like calming effect. You need nature right now, so that way you can kind of have that space where things aren't distracting you, because it's so easy to be distracted when you have this kind of frantic energy jumping around and everything's trying to kind of communicate in its own way. So being able to ground and have no distractions, especially when it comes to things like TV or other people's like mumbo jumbo that's just kind of like, I'm not being trying to be mean when I say this, but it's like kind of like useless, petty, whatever. It's not really doing anything except complaining. It's like that's taking up your mental space, that's taking up your emotional space and draining you to where you're not being able to use that on your own growth. So you can't ground yourself if you surround yourself with those energies and you're just being giving of yourself instead of giving to yourself. So you need to make boundaries, create space for yourself, and make sure in that space that there are no distractions, and find a way to actually ground in that energy so you can calm it. And then once you do that, be creative with what comes through, because whatever comes through, you're gonna need to put that in a grounded way, which means make it physical, because everything you have is so dreamlike right now and so internal that once it starts coming up, you need to have a way that you're actually putting it down, or at least like make a video of you talking so you can talk it out. You don't have to send it to anybody. Like, you just need to be able to release. You need to be able to purge in a way that it's physical, that you got it out. Otherwise, it's just going to keep swirling and swirling and swirling, and you're not going to be able to ground your energy. But I'm trying to see what else, because I saw some other people put their stuff up here too. Let's see, Pauline has her Mars in Virgo in her 12th house. Now, yeah, don't, Bay, with, if you're not getting communication back, don't keep putting your energy out there. Yeah, do stuff for yourself while in this energy. It's going to be very healing, and it's going to help you create your boundaries that are good for your energy. Like, don't put energy out that isn't going to be equally received and then reciprocated right now. Like, it's all about that balance. If you feel the imbalance, acknowledge it, and don't avoid learning from it. Because if you just keep putting your head in the sand and repeating it, it's like you're not going to be able to use this to your advantage. But, Pauline, with your Mars and Virgo in the 12th. Now, Virgo is the opposite of Pisces, where, like, Pisces is in its home sign in the 12th house and all that stuff. It's in its home energy. Virgo is actually the opposite energy, where Pisces is very dreamlike and very kind of almost intangible in a way. Virgo is very practical. It's very, like, detail oriented, like I was talking about when I was going over the Venus energy. So, oh, you're welcome, babe. But with that being your Mars, your determination comes through when you have a plan. Like, you need to have the details, and it's kind of irking because it's in your 12th house. And having it in your 12th house gives it that energy that a lot of times it's really hard for you to make plans, because sometimes they just don't work. And it's very frustrating, because in order for you to get that motivation up, you need to know that this, and this is going to work out. The 12th house is also the house of surrender. You need to learn to surrender the control of needing to have everything planned out in order to move forward. If you can't do that, then what's going to happen is you're just going to continually be frustrated over and over again, because it's almost like, it's worse than hitting a wall. It's like you're staring at the wall, and you're trying to figure out a way, and then you're kind of figuring out a way you can deal with the wall. But as soon as you figure out a way to deal with the wall, it's almost like as you approach it, something else completely out of the blue happens that has nothing to do with the wall. You have nothing planned for the out of the blue, so it just completely throws you for a loop, and it's like, why did I make a plan for the wall in the first place? And so it just completely destroys any motivation you have for trying to go into something, because it's like, my plan didn't work. And it's like, you might have even had plan A, B, C, D, like down through the alphabet, but you weren't planning for what the heck was thrown in front of the wall. But the thing is, this is really a huge lesson on surrender for you, because you have to be able to realize that this unexpected crap is going to happen, and things are going to be confusing most of the time, but you still have to push through it. You can't let that stop you and take away your motivation to keep moving forward, because the thing is, use the mental capacity of Virgo, use the ability to see the details and change them to your advantage, use the routine creating in order to structure your motivation, as opposed to structuring plans that could possibly fall through. Structure your inner strength and your groundedness in yourself and your security in yourself instead of in the external. And then you'll always have that inner compass that's going to come through for you no matter what the situation is. That's how you work with that energy. Now, since that's your 12th house, you're also going to have Venus going in there with that Virgo energy, since Venus is in Virgo. This is really going to help you, because this is going to give you that loving energy that is very Piscean. It's very unconditional, and having Venus kind of coming in there is showing you, hey, focus on yourself a little bit, love yourself a little bit, do some self-care. Like, make your space beautiful, make your mental space, make your subconscious beautiful. Realize that there's beauty in your subconscious and in the things that you're working through. Appreciate the different aspects of yourself that make you multifaceted, because in doing this, what's going to happen is it's going to help you grow in a way that instead of feeling like my plans always fall through, you're going to start feeling like when things don't work out, it's because these other things are coming in and trying to help me. Because in knowing my security, I know that whatever happens is going to be better than what I had planned. Because the thing is, when you're trying to plan stuff in that 12th house, thinking this is how it's going to work out, you're in that freaking 12th house of divine timing over there and divine planning and everything like that. This is why it's complete surrender here. Like, you being able to surrender to this energy and just learning to place that love and that importance on what's going on within you and in the details and how beautiful that is what's going to help you move forward. It's actually going to aid you in that frustration that comes from that Mars, by allowing you to see the beauty in what that Mars energy can do for you in that house. So allow that to come in and do that for you. Let me see. Write that down. Did you find out, Phantom, which house the new moon's gonna be in for you? Because I think that's what you were saying you were trying to figure out earlier. Okay, so, oh, you're welcome, hon. So, new moon in my first, have Pluto at 29 degrees, Libra in my second. Yes, that is a conjunction. Okay, so first I'll talk about the new moon for you in your first. Do you have other planets in your first, or is it just going to be the new moon sitting in your first? Okay, so with the new moon being there and knowing what the new moon is, this means that in your first house you're going to have both the sun and the moon together, making that conjunction. So it's not like you just have the moon sitting in there. So with both of those energies in there, that is showing, especially since the first house is what everyone sees, it's your persona, it's more what is projected, whereas the moon is like your external, whereas the moon is more your internal. Having the sun in the first is really bringing to the forefront the ego, because sun is ruled by Leo. It's the generosity and the love and the full heart that comes with Leo, but there's also the other side of the coin of the ego, of the insecurity, of needing to protect what you feel could bring any kind of scrutiny to yourself. Now, having the sun conjunct the moon is our emotions, our intuition, our really deep seated soul feelings, and it's like the opposition of the sun. It's like the polar opposites. The sun is very warm, the moon is very cold in nature. Divine masculine, divine feminine. So, having those conjunct in your first, it's almost like it's pushing you. And people at the time are probably going to be seeing this in you as well, because it's on the forefront. Like, it's literally like probably going to be written on your face. But with this happening in your first house, it's creating this change, and it's making it to where at the forefront of what everything is happening, like your intuition, if you allow it, is going to be very heightened. Because when something's in the first house, it kind of powers it up. And it's going to make that come out. But also, you have to be careful of what the sun is doing as well. Because if you are letting the side of ego where you have the scarcity, or you have the insecurity, or you have the anger, or any of the things that come through ego that shut down and block off, then your intuition isn't going to come through. It's not going to be able to guide you. This would be a great time for you to actually work on understanding your intuition, on being able to integrate it into your being more, and then also working from an authentic heart space and connecting those two together. Now, interestingly, having Pluto in your second and having it conjunct this new moon, the oh no, don't tell me Mercury's doing it again. Are you guys still there? Don't let me lose people again. No. Okay. I'm telling you guys, this is this needs to it needs to chill out a little bit. But the thing with having Pluto in Libra and having that in your second house of what you really value, whether that's material things or like your own self value and things like that, things that were instilled in you young that are of value. Having Pluto in Libra there is almost like this fight for the reason you're always going in and trying to transform things is you're constantly trying to find balance. It's like you're trying to understand like how to make this work and how to integrate things in a way that that chat of bars again. But the thing with your Pluto being there is it's like anytime you go through a major transformation, it's really going to transform, especially like since Taurus traditionally rules the second house and that's the Venusian energy. Having Pluto in Libra, which is another sign that's ruled by Venus, is also keeping that Venusian energy, even though it's just barely in there at 29 degrees. Because that a lot of people look at different ways at the 29 degree. The 29 degree for me, I feel, is a very mature degree. It means you can really learn a lot from it this lifetime a lot faster than others would. This can really help you jumpstart if you use this to your advantage. And with it being in your second house in Libra, you being able to learn from not only yourself but from others what is truly your soul truth, and transmuting that into your self-value and into what you actually value in the world is so important, because you're going to constantly go through these different transformations and rebirths that come from what you learn in relationships and what you learn through different things you value throughout your life. Now, with this conjunction with the moon, the new moon, which means, like I was saying, the sun and the moon, what Pluto is doing in your second house is it's almost creating this connection between what is going out into the world and what it is you value. So you're going to start bringing into the world what you value and showing that, like, that's going to be your authenticity. That's what people are going to see. It's going to be a transformation with this conjunction, because it's going to help you balance that out. Whatever you have been struggling with allowing to be, instead of like a mask in some ways, is allowing yourself to finally show that truth, to show what you feel is actually fair, what is just, what is something within your soul that you deeply connect with, as opposed to feeling like whatever has happened in these transformations you've gone through in different relationships have placed on you, or what they have told you should be your value. You're able to reassess it and go in and understand that through building your intuition and building that connection with yourself and with your authentic heart space, that what's important is that truth in there and shedding light on it, both with the moon and the sun, like bringing that light in on both and connecting the dark and the light and being able to balance it and put it out. So when people see you, they automatically, through doing this, you have the boundaries in relationships, and you have the boundaries with how you give out your energy, and you also have the boundaries with yourself, because being able to create this, you also learn what you're doing for yourself, your self-worth, and it makes it to where what you value is this very deep connection in relationships, as opposed to this surface that you might have had to deal with in order to keep learning over and over again that you honestly want extremely deep connections, as opposed to these like kind of kicked around, like, you know, acquaintance type things. Like, they aren't going to be serving you anymore, and by tapping into your intuition, that's who you're going to be drawn to, that's what you're going to discern, and that's what you're going to bring in, is those kind of relationships. But that is what that's trying to do, especially when it's connecting those two houses. It's like it's bringing that inner value out into what you're showing people. It's the face-to-face thing too, or just like the connection you have. It's not the same energy as 10th house, because 10th house energy is more like you need to stick this crap out for the whole world to see. And it's not something necessarily that a lot of people want to do. But with you, it's more of on a personal level, this is what you're doing, as opposed to like taking it and sticking it out for the world. I mean, you can still do that if you want to. I'm not saying, like, telling you one way or other what to do. But this is trying to be on a more personal level with yourself and with your main energy, and how you're transmuting your own energy and creating a very authentic version of yourself. You're welcome, Phantom. I know Ruby's over here like, yeah, I'm waiting for Monday. But if you guys, unless there's more questions with placements here, I still also want to do a pick a card for you guys. I want to do a pick a card for you guys. You know how I usually do, like, whatever crystals I'm being pulled at. But doing the pick a card, if you guys want the sound meditation, I can do my singing triangle for you. And then we can do kind of a deeper dive into working through this super new moon energy. Singing triangle. Are you guys still there? What the heck? Yeah, it was buffering, but now I can't, it's not showing me doing anything on my camera. What the heck? Hey man. Gator. It's like trying to show me every which way. It's like you can talk, but now you can't be seen. I'm trying to like pick out crystals here, and I picked one. I couldn't see my hand. Okay, what's going on here? Hello, nope, no hand still. It's like you can hear me, but there's just no there's no video over here. This rude thing. It better not try to make me start this over. I'm gonna be so like maybe if I reconnect. Okay, I'm gonna try something. Yay! Randomly found a way to fix it. Telling you, I'm gonna work through each of these things without turning off my life. I will find a way to make it work. Okay, so first one that I was pulled to is this blue lace agate. So we're gonna put the blue lace agate here. And I'm also being pulled to the tiger eye. Let's see. We got jade. And we're gonna do this little guy. We're gonna do the little rose quartz alligator. Okay. Well, thank you, Anna. So, since we have our choices here, I'm going to bring up the singing triangle and do our meditation so you guys can pick your choices. But that's after I get out my cards for you guys. So, with everything we have been talking about, we definitely got a lot of inner work going on here. So we're going to pull these ones. And we'll do some moon. Legacy. And definitely pulling some more self-care for you. Well, no, we'll do, since it's new moon. Ah, stop it. Okay, we'll do moon one. So, okay. So I got what I'm gonna do for you guys. We're gonna do first off to get kind of the sense here, because obviously we're doing a lot of internal work here, bringing things out, all this great stuff going on with these transits and aspects and all that stuff, right? So, great deck for that is the Heal Yourself cards. So I'm going to do that kind of like a starter energy for the reading. And then I am going to pull some tarot from the Tarot of Dreams to get a little more details on what comes out from the healing, as well as how to work with this new moon's energy. And then I'm going to use the Black Moon astrology cards to pull out the challenges and the opportunities coming up with it as well, because as we dive deeper into it, we're going to also want to see, what the heck can show up with it, because these energies are going to linger for a while. It's not like you just feel it tomorrow and it goes away. It's like you feel the power punch of it tomorrow, and then what you've started, it starts carrying on until we get the new release from the full moon that's coming on October 31st. And then I'm going to use the moon deck so that we can get some direction on what we can do to take care of ourselves as well. And then, of course, a little bit of some sweet dreams, our little affirmations. So, now that we have our layout of what we're going to be doing, let's go ahead and do the meditation. And you guys can do the picking of your crystals. Yeah, I've been noticing that too, Anne. It's the affirmations of the affirmations. So let's go ahead and start with our blue lace agates. I kind of want to do this for Mr. Alligator because he always has his red tiger eye that he gets to sit with over here. Come on now. Fine, we'll put you here. So, for those of you who want to say it, or do you want to keep it a secret, who are my blue lace agates? Uh-oh, guys. Ruby picked one. You might get yelled at. You never know. Ruby's been doing a lot of work. Maybe it'll come out calmer this time. Oh. Well, this is what I was saying before, so that kind of get roasted. She's like, I'm so used to it. Other people get it with me now. Ooh. Okay. So this right here, my blue lace agates, you this Scorpio energy is really pushing you to heal some sacral trauma, and also to learn to have patience with yourself because you have none. Um, Even though this card here is saying sexual arts, it has a lot of that amber hue to it, that sacral chakra energy. And then we have this take off your mask here. Now, both the numbers on these cards here, oh, it's buffering, I'll stop. Let me know. Okay, like, I don't want you, like, make sure you tell me if stuff's going on, because I don't want to just be randomly telling the message here and it's not going. But, there's actually two master numbers here, which, with numerology, we have the 11 and we have the 33. So first I'm going to talk about, since I've already started talking about the sexual arts card, it has the 33 master number, which also reduces to 6. This is tying into that Venusian energy. You guys are going to be very impacted by this new moon energy, as well as the Venus Virgo energy and the Earth trine in general also, because this is very expansive. It's really helping you dig deep and uproot these things that are keeping you from expressing this, because in order to heal the sacral, you have to work through these repressed things that are keeping you from expressing yourself, not just in sexual ways, but in any way. Because these arts also pertain to the expression you're putting out in the world and the way you're actually expressing yourself, and being able to be comfortable in that and being secure in that. Because you're with the 33, it's like you need to create, but then you need to do it from love. You don't do it from obligation, like I was telling you with Venus and Virgo. Do it from a space of love, not of obligation, because you can feel that way with Venus and Virgo. You can feel like it's your duty to do this, as opposed to doing it from love, which is what this Venus energy is trying to bring in here. Now, hello, M. So with the take off your mask here, we just started the first pick a card. This is the blue lace agate pile. And then we have the tiger eye heart, the jade crystal right here, this green one, and the rose quartz alligator. If any of those kind of pull you, then those would be your pile. But we just started the blue lace agate pile, is this little one right here. So that is what this is trying to come through with. Now, coming through with this over here, this is another master number, the 11. Now, this is saying take off your mask. With this 11 energy, you have to realize this 1-1. This is the sun energy. This is you really forcing yourself into that new moon energy and allowing your heart to be out. Let it be there. Like, don't try to put it in this box where you are putting a mask over it, because it's telling you right here, take off your mask or masks. You might have multiple, especially with dealing with Libra. You might have a mask for every one of your relationships that you are putting up out of fear of being vulnerable. And the only way you can heal your sacral is by allowing yourself to be vulnerable with your emotions, because your emotions are so tied in there, and being able to heal that aspect of yourself, that by putting a mask over it, you're putting a mask over your healing. And by allowing this to happen, you're also tapping into your intuition, because 11 reduces 2, so the 11-2 energy, and 2 is of the moon energy. So this is literally this new moon conjunction here. This is the sun and the moon coming together to help you take off this mask, or multiple in this case. And it's going to help you dive into your intuition and also connect your emotions because of that moon energy and that sacral energy. It's going to help connect it. It's going to help heal. It's going to bring in the cleansing that helps you heal these things and balance out the insecurities that are keeping you from removing this and showing it. But what you have to remember here with this patience is that don't get aggravated with yourself. Don't beat yourself up. Don't be self-criticizing. Don't tear yourself down. Don't compare yourself to other people. Don't do these things that are going to make it to where you fall back into the pattern of sticking the mask back up because you feel like you've scrutinized yourself to the point that it's not worth it. Don't lose patience in yourself and in the process, because literally combined over here is that moon energy, the energy of allowing, of going with this flow, the ebb and flow of the tides, the phases of the moon, going through different things and knowing that things change, but also creating from the change and allowing yourself freedom to actually express yourself and not be stuck in a mold that you've created to protect your ego, because the sun is also ego. So by allowing yourself patience instead of closing it off, it's going to make it easier for you to go through this transformation. So let's go ahead and dive in to the tarot. It's like Ruby's like, I'm finding the burns in what's happening right now. Okay, so let's dig into some more details with how you guys can work with this new moon energy. All of my fellow Mercury peoples. I'm a Gemini, but I got that Mercury. Since our rulers are naturally Mercury, we're going to really feel this Mercury retrograde in a different way. Even though all these other aspects are going on, it's going to affect our own communication different as well. And one thing to remember is that, okay, loud noise, appreciate it. Being able to learn new ways to communicate our pain and our deepest, even regrets and secrets, is going to be so important for us right now, because we are of the planet of communication and of expression and creating. So it's very important for us as signs, if like sun signs or moon signs or risings, to be able to step into that energy. So let's see. Okay, so we got Naked Butt Man coming out over here. Okay. Ooh, that Emperor energy jumping out. Nope, nope, we're not falling off. Come there. Okay. So, first I'm going to get into this Two of Coins or the Two of Pentacles energy here. So, we have both Jupiter and Capricorn energy coming in. Now, Jupiter is in Capricorn and it's upright, it's direct. So, this is on the mask. Like I was saying, you guys need to use that trine I talked about, that grand Earth trine between Venus and Jupiter and Uranus right now, and work with it to ground these new structures you're creating. Because this, unlike a lot of Pentacle cards that we have seen, the Two of Pentacles, in a lot of tarot decks, one is more up than the other. Like they might be holding it up this way, it might be like all flop-sided, somewhere off somewhere. In this deck, they're literally completely balanced out. Like they're across from each other. Now, with this energy, it's showing you that by using the Jupiter energy, you can completely balance out the Capricorn energy and create the structure you need to have that stability. It's like you can start, it's the beginning, you can create the structure, it's the foundation. Now, this will expand quickly, but it actually depends on if you can step into that energy and begin trusting your intuition and step out of the ego that is keeping you from being confident enough to step into this energy of knowing you can balance it out and create your own structure. Because what's going to happen if you don't use this energy is you're going to be feeling this Knight of Swords here with this reversal. You're going to be feeling the impatience. You're going to be coming in and not knowing truth, not knowing your own truth, because you're still putting up more masks. It's not allowing you to actually come out of this shell. And the thing is, with this air energy, it's bringing in that mercurial energy where it's almost like you're not allowing yourself the communication and you're not allowing yourself the expression. It's almost like you're going into a repressive mode and you're not using this to the extent where it can actually help you. You're using it to hurt yourself and put you further behind. But then we're going to come over here to this place where we're trying to heal the sacral, where we're trying to work through the emotions. And we have here literally the new moon Libra, like moon Libra right here, and the Two of Swords. And with it being reversed, it's almost like this blindfold isn't even tied anymore. It's falling off on its own. And it's like these swords aren't being held defensively. It's almost like you're learning to embrace them. You're learning to embrace the pain and transmute it into this balance and understanding of your own emotions and working with it and allowing it to fall away. And also allowing your intuition to take the front seat here with this purple in this card. So by allowing your intuition to come in and help you with the healing, it's going to make it an easier transition for you. And also with the Emperor here, we have the Aries energy, which is encompassing both Mars and it's encompassing Chiron right now. We can't forget about Chiron retrograde going on with all this healing. It's tying into more healing here. With this Emperor energy, you have to be careful not to be feeling like you need to control every moment of your healing. It can definitely come into like this kind of topsy-turvy feeling of like you're stuck, because with this Aries energy, we're being forced to sit. We're being forced to be able to go within instead of just driving forward. This is building confidence. This is knowing that you're standing in your power here. And by doing this healing and working with these energies and not being worried about, am I making progress? Like, don't be sitting there worried about making progress or comparing yourself to others' progress. The only way you are actually going to do the healing is if you're only focused on the healing itself, not on the outcome. Because if you're constantly thinking about, this is what's going to happen when I do this, that's you being focused on everything but the moment. The moment needs to be, you are focused in the moment on your healing and coming into this power here, because this Emperor is very golden. Instead of this being very centered on your sacral, what's happening is by healing your sacral, you're stepping into this confidence and healing the solar plexus at the same time. You're not having to do this extra work on opening this up and healing this and coming back. And this is a lot about inner child energy too. It's actually going to bring that passion back for a lot of things that you shut down by ignoring the healing you needed to do. And it really stems from over here. This, once again, it's bringing up both the Mercurial energy and it's bringing up the Virgo energy with this Ten of Pentacles reversed. You need to be able to step out of the feeling that things are set in stone here when they're not. When you're constantly putting things in front of you and saying, this is what I'm going to be doing, this is how this is going to turn out, and then it doesn't turn out that way, it's going to make it seem like you're fighting for nothing, and you're going to just end up talking yourself out of it, like this Nine of Swords here. You're just going to completely talk yourself out of it, put the masks back up, and fall back into that detriment. When in reality, all you have to do is let go. You need to surrender and let go of this idea of, this is exactly how things need to go. That is where this control can work against you here. You need to be able to know you're in control by allowing what isn't in your control to go. Like, whatever it is, whether it's like what's going on in the world or whatever's going on in your personal life. You get true power from knowing in the moment what you can do, as opposed to constantly living in the past or trying to live in the future that isn't even here yet. So now we're going to go into these challenges and opportunities being brought in here. Yes, all that surrender needing to come up right now. Man, this Aries energy is just showing up for you guys, something fierce over here. But literally what I felt when this came out with this I am is literally, I am powerful. Like, this is like almost an affirmation here for you guys, is you really need to feel this on a soul level, that you are powerful. Like, this feeling here is almost like, because this is so red, this is very root chakra energy, this is very secure energy, where it's like, I know what I am and people cannot change that. And that coming under this mask here, it's like, rip away the mask and know your inner power and be your inner power. It's a very transformative thing here to move from having these masks up into this energy of, I know who I am and I'm sticking to who I am, because who I am is powerful. And that's an opportunity you have coming from this energy. That one is just Okay, so be the bad bitch you are. But right here with this Grand Cross Provoker, when you see a Grand Cross in a chart, it's usually, I mean, it looks kind of like that, but what it's saying is basically you have a lot of challenges to overcome. You have squares going everywhere, you have oppositions. It's pretty much like your life is a major challenge. But overcoming these challenges do nothing but make you stronger. And if you can overcome each one, what ends up happening is every trial you overcome, you become a very powerful person. It's linking right back to this. It's like trying to tell you overcoming these things makes you powerful. It builds a foundation in yourself that anything you create comes from your own personal power. And being in that energy and bringing it in creates this almost inner knowing that no matter what is thrown at you, you can overcome it. You have done this, you can do it. And it's like this is blending this red into this green here, which means it's opening your heart chakra, it's opening up that love you have for yourself. Because as you're empowering yourself, you're bringing out that love. So it's really connecting in, once again, to that Virgo Venus energy. And then, like, I don't know how many times you guys are going to get told you need to work with the Grand Cross in this pile. We have Taurus here as well. That's also part of the Grand Earth Trine that we have right now. With I have, and it being this Taurus energy, it's understanding. Like, this is really tying in for you guys. It's trying to get you to understand. And it's like has this gold. It's like the green transfers into gold over the Emperor here. You have this power within you, and by overcoming these obstacles here, you are going to heal, you're going to grow, and you're going to be able to bring this balance to yourself that you didn't feel you could. And it's not by taking control of everything and feeling like you need to control every aspect of your life. It's actually realizing you have the inner strength and the inner power to surrender this and allow it to leave. Allow these feelings that you need this mask to leave, and that your vulnerability is your strength and it's your power, and standing in it and allowing this. Like, I feel like with you guys, it's just trying to tell you, like, you have major opportunity right now. Don't look at this like it's like a bunch of bullshit for you. Like, you need to look at it like this is a major freaking opportunity, because this isn't showing challenges. This is showing you you've had challenges, you will have challenges, but you can overcome the challenges purely by understanding that creating this foundation in yourself of your own power and this healing. Because in doing these things, you're healing your sacral. That is the main thing you need to heal, is your sacral, and understanding your emotions and reining those in and knowing how to express them as well as explore them and also release them. Because instead of holding them in and feeling like your vulnerability is a curse, it's not. It is your superpower. You need to understand your vulnerability is so powerful. And in doing that, it's going to allow you to step into this Emperor energy. And oh my, okay, where am I gonna put you? We're gonna put this over here. We got Yod Destiny. You guys need to fill the Yod over here, okay? Like, this has the mesh up of the colors all up in it. Like, it has the greens and the oranges and the red and some yellows. Like, this is literally meshing all of these together that you guys are, like, I'm doing an infinity symbol. This is meshing together everything here for you guys. This is saying, like, your foundation is, like, it's going to be a lot of hard work. It really is. But it's going to create that sense where you're overcoming the aspects of your ego that are holding you back. And you're stepping into that divine feminine, that intuition, that healing, that allows you to just create and create and create. And it's going to be so beautiful if you allow it, if you let this come in and you surrender to it, as opposed to fighting it. It's literally telling you quit fighting it. It's like, just allow it. Quit trying to put up these walls so that people can't see who you are. You have so much power in just showing who you are. And once you realize that, it's going to help you. And this is really, all of these things are going to feel very hard for you to do, because this is dealing with all the squares that I was talking about earlier in the transits. You guys are directly dealing with these squares and facing them, and it's not like you're fighting them, you're allowing them. You're allowing them to do what they need to do, and you're surrendering to what they're doing in order to break away the facades, so that all that's left is your power, and that's it. No fake, only power, and that's it. So let's see. I mean, you guys over here are getting a very empowering pile. It's like I can feel the strength coming from the pile. This is like really good. But we also are going to see, since you guys are doing all this, ways to take care of yourselves, because it's so important to do that, especially with this Virgo energy. We don't want to be self-criticizing, we want to be self-nurturing and finding the beauty in the details as opposed to everything that's wrong. We need the eye for beauty right now. Okay. I don't want this stubborn shit right here. This pile, all this power you guys are stepping into here. This is saying now is the time to integrate all that I've gathered, and it's reversed. This is literally saying don't fight it, and it's coming out on this Aries. So I know it has to do with all those squares that's going from Mars over there to all those that chunk of planets I was telling you about. You have been learning so much, and right now you need to be integrating it. That's how you're going to get your power and break out of this mess here. And the integration is literally you learning to surrender your control. You need to integrate that you have learned this and not keep fighting it. It's like I was saying before, any fighting is going to feel like you're going through a freaking mountain, and it's going to feel like hell. Like, it's going to suck. So you cannot fight the integration right now. Allow it to flow. Cut off the cow and like get a move on with it. See, Ruby's over here already like this. I mean, that has. I'm probably gonna have to make an emote out of that somehow, with cut off the cow or something. But God, there's gonna be so many freaking sayings I'm gonna need to make emotes for on here. But yeah, definitely this, like, don't fight the integration that's happening right now. Well, you're going to learn how to flow, Anna. You are going to learn how to flow with this energy. And literally, it really starts with finding that peace. Like I was saying, that grounding energy, really let yourself go with this grand earth trine. Allow yourself to be grounded in this energy. It's very earthy energy. I understand grand earth trine energy. I have one in my, well, I have one in my chart, and too many mystic triangles. But it's like the grand earth trine energy is a very grounding, helpful energy. And it really works with you if you understand how to allow it to bring you down to earth, as opposed to like being completely like out of your body. It like helps you be at home in your body if you tap into it. And just being able, like I was telling you with your chart, if you can tap into those things like I was telling you earlier and be able to work with those, that's actually really going to help you with grounding your energy. And when you're grounded, you're able to flow easier because you're more secure in what you're doing. Okay, guys. my blue lace agates. I feel like you guys are getting the thing repeated to you guys in your reading that I went over with the chart. I live each moment with a presence of gratitude. I was literally saying make a gratitude journal earlier in order to bring yourself back down to earth and be in the Virgo energy. Here, it's giving you something to do here. If you're not understanding how to ground and flow, bring yourself into the Virgo earth energy and use that Venus loving energy in order to be grateful. Allow yourself to be grateful, because when you're doing that, what's happening is you're grounding yourself, because gratitude grounds you. It brings you into the moment. You can't be out of the moment. Oh, okay, really, light. Okay, that's fine. I got another one. You know, I'm just gonna have everything happen at once. Give me a moment, guys, while I switch my light. This Mercury is going to try me every which way it can, I swear. Okay. Let me plug in other stuff, just in case. Okay. Back to what I was saying. You guys can still hear me white. You guys can still hear me right. It didn't mess up anything else. I found you again. Oh my goodness. But the thing with this is gratitude really does ground you. You can't be grateful for what's going on around you if you're thinking in the past and you're thinking in the future. It's like you have to be grateful in the moment for what you have, and that grounds your energy into where you currently are, and it helps rein in anything that's kind of jumping around everywhere. So this pile might actually be the reason why I said create a gratitude journal randomly earlier. Okay, come here. Awesome. Okay. Your up thing. Your upright card that you have. I welcome clear vision and inspired action. This is really good, okay? Because the thing is, what's happening is you guys don't have clear vision with this Knight of Swords. It's not working with it being reversed. And in order to help you through this, by inviting the clear vision and knowing what you need to do to step forward, it's helping you embrace it. That's what's going to help you integrate and help you be in the moment and grounded, is by welcoming what it is you need to do. And it's going to be very freeing for you, because like I said, what you guys need to be doing is surrendering. Freedom. Like, what else do you get from surrendering? I didn't even look at the bottom of the deck. And okay, then we have this. I unleash my wildness and choose to be free. Like I was saying, you guys need to surrender so you have freedom, as opposed to feeling like the only way you can have freedom is through control, because that's not how you're going to gain freedom. So, like Anna was saying before, we are going to do our affirmations that usually say what I said before somehow. And see what your guys' affirmations are. And if any of these really stick for this thing for you guys, like it really speaks to you, I do recommend writing them down and just having them. And if you make a gratitude journal, then have these affirmations in there, so every time you're doing something in the journal, it's like you're kind of looking back at the affirmations and helping your self-state, of course. As I'm saying that, you guys are gonna be like, what the hell? Okay, messages. I am receiving powerful messages from my guides right now. Intuition. I trust my feelings. Sacral chakra. Um, okay, like, we want to be any more blatant than that right there. We got another, okay. You guys are just going to have jump. Attraction. I attract a loving, happy, fulfilling relationship into my life. The only way you can attract this is by having that for yourself. Because if you don't have that energy for yourself and it's something you truly, really want, you're going to attract what you're giving yourself. And you're going to allow what you're giving yourself. So having this healing happening, like these messages right here, having this healing is what's going to bring this in. And it came out on the, I just realized I laid them. Okay. They're on what they're supposed to be on, guys. They're sitting on what they're supposed to be on right now. So let's see. I'm going to pull two more and then show the bottom for you guys. Divine dream. I am divinely guided. My intuition shows me the way through my dreaming world. And Anna, you were saying earlier you're already getting dreams that are starting to show you synchronicities right now. So definitely, maybe even in the gratitude journal, make it a dream journal too. Because I mean, just write. This Mercury, just write. It'll probably be really good for you to write. Okay, that stayed in there. I thought it was gonna fly out. My last one for my blue lace agate pile. Oh, excuse you. Okay, I guess you guys get two. You guys are special. This is funny. It's literally saying surrender again, but it didn't say surrender. I haven't looked at the other one yet. I haven't even looked down there. But this one is saying acceptance. I overcome my biggest challenges by accepting what is. This is literally saying surrendering to what is happening. That's how you're going to overcome, like I said, this grand cross here with all these challenges. The way you overcome them is by surrendering and letting it happen. This is my surrender group. Learn to surrender control. Just focus on healing and surrender control. And that's how this is going to happen. And then we have connect. I create strong emotional connections with the people, important people. I think that's important. Important people in my life. This right here is allowing yourself the vulnerability. This is allowing yourself to, when it's saying strong emotional, it's literally saying these relationships coming from your sacral chakra. This is allowing those emotions out and allowing them to show and being vulnerable and knowing that you're safe and connecting with these people. And it's important. Like, you guys need to do this. It's part of your healing. And then bottom of the deck, we have lessons. I look for opportunity in life's challenges via my dreams, and I learn the lesson. Okay, here's another dream. Where am I going to stick you? Here's another dream affirmation as well for you guys. So, main takeaway here: grounding through gratitude, so that you can integrate your lessons, accept what is, and surrender. And this will help you step into your power, release the mask that you've been keeping yourself locked in, so you can finally be vulnerable and open to the people and to the loving connections that need to come into your life. And pay attention to your dreams and your intuition and messages you're getting right now, because they're very strong. But there's your takeaway. Dang, you blue lace agates with all your blah and making my light die. And I still got to tell you guys about blue lace agate. So let's tell you guys about blue lace agate, and let's see how it goes with the pile. You're welcome, Anna. Okay, so we're going to read some of its properties here. Oh my goodness. Oh, you're welcome, guys. I still need to read the meaning of blue lace agate here, and you guys are already thanking me. We don't even know, like, how the stone's tying in here yet. Okay, so associated with stress relief. I'm not even going to say anything on that. Soothes the overactive mind and calms the nerves. It is a great tool for relaxing and maintaining a calm demeanor. It's great for positivity and for stress and dealing with any kind of hectic commotion going on here. A daily wellness routine here. Okay, like I kept bringing up that Virgo stuff. Daily wellness routine, guys. Um, so, oh my god, it literally says it gives an emotional facelift. Oh my god, okay. Love is the medicine to heal the world. And this stone actually helps return to the natural state of joy, which literally comes from this kind of feeling. It links with the heart chakra. It helps us by opening up the channels to unconditional love and any confusion that comes with what we've gone through, like the stuff that's made you guys put up the masks. It helps cool off fiery emotions, guys. And it helps with the feeling of freedom and serenity, which you guys need freedom, but you need peaceful freedom. You need surrendering type freedom, not the freedom where you're busting down walls and that's how you're getting the freedom. That's actually shutting you guys off. It also helps if you suffer from stage fright or have trouble speaking or performing in front of others. It's great for anyone having trouble expressing themselves. And it helps to melt away the fear and anxieties that haunt us on a daily basis. If you have societal expectations, fear of rejection, it helps clear away any of that toxicity, and it allows you to actually create tranquility in the middle of all the emotions you're trying to understand. And it also helps the learning process, the growth process, by protecting you from the negative emotions that come from all this by soothing them instead of allowing them to pretty much be like overrunning your life. So put on my blue lace necklace. It's like that thing's going on right now. Here we go, guys. There, it all tied together for you guys. I mean, it's usually how the readings go as they tie together, but still, you guys got what you're working with and how to work with it. So, since we got our Blue lace agate peoples. We're going to move on to our tiger eye group. Wait, I'm grabbing random things. Okay, there we go. We're going to move on to our tiger eye. Oh, you're welcome. Okay, so come on. There we go. Just kind of scooch you right there. So we have our tiger eye people. Yeah, you picked this one. So we're gonna see what's going on for my tiger eyes, as well as Ruby, since she picked tiger eye as well. So we're gonna see what else comes in. I am a tiger. Well, that's kind of what the stone does too. I know some of the properties off the top of my head I know, but I'm not going to say anything yet because I like to just read it as a whole thing for you guys at the end and see how it ties in. So let's see what we got from my tiger eyes here. Okay, I'm done with you, Ruby. We got some take off your mask again happening here. And I know but you told me about your thing, Phantom, and since your stuff's in the first house, I was saying you're wanting the authentic relationships, and the only way to do that is by taking off what you're showing to others. And this is going to help you project out what you want to attract. Not again. Ruby's getting that double meshes over here. It's just like, okay, fine, I'll do it, dang. Oh, this one. Okay. So this is really tying into what I told you earlier, Phantom. So this is probably going to hit a lot of stuff for you. First thing, in readings, even if the same card comes up, depending on the cards, it'll change the meaning of what's happening. With this take off your mask, this is coming up because we have this hole in the soul here and it's reversed. And what's happening is not even being able to see the parts of you where, or not even acknowledging as well, because this is reversed, where you actually have a lot of pits and unhealed places and just refusing to see them. Because in this picture, I kind of want to actually show it to you guys. The way this is happening here with the hole in the soul, this is almost like her shadow. She is not integrating what is happening here, but at the same time, what's happening, if you see here, she actually has these teeth of a vampire, and she has the thorn crown of sacrifice as well. So what's happening here is she's not integrating the shadow, even though it is carrying the cross, it is carrying the burdens. But she is still able, with this blood on her, with this stain on her, to hurt other people with her toxicity, because she is choosing not to integrate her shadow side into what she is trying to project as her outside, as her mask. Because if you look, she looks a lot like this person here. She's trying to keep the mask on, even though it is hurting others around her as well as hurting herself. Because this lie that she is holding up is literally keeping her from opening her soul up and releasing the pain that comes from the trauma. And the masks are staying up because of the protection needed, because this protection is what is keeping the barrier between integrating the shadow, between actually acknowledging the shadow and realizing that there's been pain caused to others, not only to yourself, but others, because you're choosing to hang on to these ways of doing things instead of integrating and accepting them and loving them, so that way they have their space to heal. And this right here, you can't have home by living a lie. You cannot have home within yourself. You can't have truth, because with this blue, it is your truth. It is relating to the throat chakra. It's your expression. It's actually being able to put out what is authentic. And you cannot have that if you're lying to yourself, if you're not actually allowing the integration to happen and you're deciding to keep this up. If you're deciding to allow this to run your life, instead of realizing that being able to come out and express yourself authentically is what is going to create the home and the freedom within yourself, even though it is very difficult, even though it is hard work, because loving yourself and seeing these things as being something that's beautiful almost seems like it's not worthy of even having your guides be proud of you for doing it, because you feel it's so ugly. And you have to realize that in doing this, you're bringing a freedom to yourself through this hard work, and you're allowing yourself to create, because you create home in yourself by creating from the integration of your shadow, because once you integrate it, your beauty comes through and you're able to create from this space that you thought was buried and ugly and that you shouldn't even give the light of day. So let's get a little deeper here with you guys. Yeah, this. Okay, so immediately coming out on the Mask card, we have the Eight of Cups reversed here. And it's really speaking of especially having this Pisces energy tied in with, okay, that one just decided it wanted, okay, we got some jumpers trying to throw themselves out here. Okay, there is a lot of water energy here. There is a lot of healing needed here. There's even the freaking Chariot, and that's water energy. That's the Cancer. Okay, guys. This, you guys. Okay. You need to stop giving away your power. You need to, there's so much intensity here, because each of these obviously is going to be dependent on how you can integrate these things. Because with this mask up here, what's happening, let me see if I can turn this so you guys can see it a little better. But with this mask up here, what's happening is there's these different splits that are coming about, because we have the Eight of Cups that's making it difficult for you to let go of this, because it's such a safety net, because it's the only way you feel you can show yourself in the world. And it's almost like you're scared to create a new home, you're scared to create a new foundation, because it seems too much like a dream. How can you bring this acceptance and create it when you can't accept yourself? And that's where this love comes in. You need to feel that the love you give others, you're worthy of yourself. Because we have this feeling coming in here, and there's a lot of Pisces energy between these. So this is a lot of that 12th house energy that I was talking about. Once again, Ruby, surrender. But there's a lot of that surrendering energy, but it's also surrendering to the love that you can give yourself. This is surrendering in a way that allows you to let go and love, because this is expansive energy. This is coming from that Jupiter energy, and it's saying expand your love and compassion for yourself, because it's a wish here. It's something that would truly make you happy and content if you could just give this to yourself, because it's almost like you keep walking away from giving this to yourself because you feel like your mask is what's actually holding you together, when in reality it's holding you back. And the thing is, you see this loud noise, but over here what's interesting is with this feeling of knowing you're not integrating, it's literally showing here with these cards that you know you're doing this. You are aware you're doing this. There's no disillusionment here. You know you're choosing not to walk away from the mask. You know that this would make you happy if you could walk away from the mask. You know that you need to integrate these things so that you're not hurting others as well as yourself. These are things you know, and it has Scorpio energy sitting on it. These are things you deeply know, and things that need to come out. The Scorpio Mercury and this Neptune energy, that trine that I told you guys about between that Pisces, Neptune, and the Mercury Scorpio, both retrograde, are hitting this pile very hard here. It's saying dive deep, know what you want, know what you really want to come true, because you need to allow it to expand. You need to allow yourself to dive deep, do the work, and integrate it and love it with this Venus energy. Truly love these aspects. Don't lie to yourself and say, okay, I'm fine with it, if you're not. You need to really be honest with yourself, especially seeing these blues. It's like, be honest, be authentic. You need to be able to get into this energy where you're being authentic so you can be cleansed, because all of this water energy wants to cleanse you. It wants to help you get rid of what doesn't serve you right now. Because with this Cancer energy coming in with the Chariot, what's happening is it's like momentum. There needs to be movement. There needs to be this feeling of allowing this to happen, because this nurturing energy of Cancer wants to come in. It wants to protect. It wants to put you in a space where you can heal, as does all of the water energy. It wants you to heal. It wants you to cleanse. It wants you to have a rebirth, but a gentle rebirth, because with all of this water coming in, even though we have Scorpio here, it's a loving rebirth. It's rebirth out of love. And the only way you're going to do that is giving yourself over completely to compassion for yourself, to love for yourself, to understanding for yourself. And if you don't, all you're doing is continuously giving that power to other people, because instead of giving it to yourself, you're giving it to people you feel deserve it more than you. And that's not true. You deserve your love first. And then as you build that love for yourself, instead of depleting yourself, what happens is you gain more, and then you're able to give more because you are fulfilled and you are full, as opposed to draining yourself and just throwing away everything, throwing away your creativity, throwing away your passion, throwing away all these things because you don't feel you deserve it, when in reality you do. And this is trying to heal you, is trying to show you, just fall into this feeling and allow this mask that you feel is protecting you to fall away, so you can actually go into the protection, the real protection, so you can move straight into it, because that's what's waiting here for you to let go of this outside shell you've created to move into true authentic protection. So let's see. Well, you picked it for a reason then, Ruby, because this one seems to be, it's like you got your empowerment, but this is more about really allowing that healing. So let's see. What your challenges and opportunities are. Whew, okay. That that's some deep healing work, guys. Being able to leave the mask behind, that was born of very deep roots, whether it's childhood trauma, whether it's conditions placed on you by your family, whether it's what you should be doing with your life, whether it's your passed on ancestors, grandparents, great grandparents, whatever, that have passed down these traditions that you're supposed to uphold. This right here is such a deep healing and learning to walk away from these barriers that have been placed upon you. And the mask you put up telling yourself this is okay. It's okay for me to give up what I want to do because I am giving myself to what my family tells me or what the outsiders tell me, whatever it is. This is telling you that in order to release this mask, you have to be okay with releasing the fact that you don't need to do that. What's important is opening your soul, because the fourth house is also the house of the soul. And with it being like this, it's telling you you're not there, especially with hole in the soul. It's saying like you need to be more aware of what your soul wants as opposed to what others are pushing you into. And we get third house messages here. This is, third house is ruled by Gemini. And also the third house has to deal a lot. Also, like I said, the beginning houses of charts deal a lot with our childhood. The third house tends to deal with the communities we grew up in. It deals with our siblings. It has a lot to do with what we're told growing up as the norms and what we get accustomed to. And during this time, since it seems like all this water is very prominent for you guys, you might get a lot of messages returning to you from either siblings or from people in your past that were parts of different communities you used to be a part of, and trying to pull you into what you should be doing, when in reality you know deep down what you should be doing, and you need to be honest with yourself about it, and you need to be able to use the clear communication that comes from the third house to be expressive, to be in your confidence, and be able to say like, look, this is me, and if you don't accept me as I am, then you probably don't have space in my life. And this could be one of those piles where you're learning that different relationships don't belong. It's something that needs to be worked through. And letting go of this right here, this energy of I know. The way this is coming through to me for you guys is, instead of this being like a conceited energy, what's coming through here is allowing yourself to trust your intuition and your inner knowing instead of blocking it off. It's like how you're blocking off your very soul essence here. Knowing that you can trust yourself, that you can trust your intuition, and it's not going to lead you in the wrong direction. Being able to understand that by healing and allowing yourself, because with the Seven of Cups up here as well, it's showing that you know the truth. The illusions are being stripped away. You know inside all of these things. This is on the hole in the soul as well, same with the Seven of Cups. You guys know the truth. You guys know that healing is needed, that integration is needed. You have that deep-seated knowledge within you that's ready to come out. You just have to allow it. You need to allow it to flow within you, and you need to allow it to cleanse you and guide you, as opposed to shutting it off. And then we have sixth house routine, which is ruled by Virgo. But this is reversed here. And this is showing me that the neglect that is coming from you guys allowing yourself to be of service to others but not give the same to yourself is causing this repetitive cycle to be made, and it has been made probably from past traumas as well, since there's a lot that needs to be worked through here. If you can start breaking these cycles and put yourself first, your health will improve, because this right here is showing that all of your energy is going elsewhere. It's not going into you. And the only way you're going to learn to integrate, to heal, to move forward, and to trust your inner knowing is to trust yourself and put that into yourself, to create home within yourself and express it and not back down from it. It needs to be your new routine to choose yourself, because you for too long have not been choosing yourself. And the only way you are going to overcome this and move forward like this chariot wants you to, into true protection, into true nurturing and healing, is for you to change up what you are telling yourself, the way you are pulling yourself apart, and turn that into self-loving affirmations for yourself. Because that is the only way you're going to be able to really trust yourself. Otherwise, you're just going to keep the mask up, feeling that is your safety and that's what you can trust. So let's see what comes out from our moon deck here. Okay, so I am on the right path and divinely guided. You guys feel like you're off on your own, because this is coming out under the mask, and feeling like you can't walk away, like you're blocked off and stuck in this mess here. It's like you have no guidance. Like, I don't feel like I'm on any path at all right now. I am completely left to my own devices here. And being in this feeling is what's going to keep you trapped, because you feel what's keeping you safe is the mask. And the only way to step out of that is understanding, no, you aren't off astray somewhere. You're on your path. You're being guided. You just need to open your third eye, not your eyes, because your eyes have been deceiving you. You need to open your third eye, like this I know over here, and access your inner knowing and learn to trust it. Learn that it's there for you to guide you to what you truly want to do, as opposed to what others have been placing on you. And then we have here, movement awakens my creative spirit. And what I feel this is saying, even though for some of you it could be like, exercising, dancing, like whatever, but at the same time, I feel this is also any movement in the direction of being able to release this and create freedom for yourself is what's going to awaken your creativity. You're going to keep a block up on yourself. If you feel like you're not worthy and you're going to pick apart everything you do, you're never going to allow true creativity, because you scrutinize everything if you can't move away from the mask. Okay, and This right here, I surrender to the power of prayer and devotion, and it's coming out on the I know. This is basically saying you are allowing yourself to trust yourself. This is like, this surrender is literally saying, I am trusted that I'm going to be protected by moving into this area of trusting myself and allowing myself to integrate these pieces. I'm not being led astray, even if it can be painful to do this. I am not being led astray right now. I am actually on the right path by going through what I am, and I can keep moving forward knowing I'm having this healing. And then bottom of the deck we have, I shed habits that hinder my truth, and I release and renew. I don't even feel like I need to talk on this card. But I will say, the one thing that keeps coming to me here is the snake is representing multiple things. It's representing growth and the kundalini, from being able to understand each of your chakras and how they integrate and actually help you heal through opening and understanding them. It's representing the knowledge that comes from the truth and speaking your truth, and also the intuition with how it's cradling the moon, having that knowledge of your intuition and your inner knowing. And the way you break these cycles is by trusting these things and by allowing these things. So, let's get your affirmations. Ruby, I feel like you picked this pile just to get this message twice. Messages. I am receiving powerful messages from my guides right now. I trust my feelings. Trust. This is a big thing with this pile, is trust, and it's trusting yourself. It's not saying like, trusting other people. This is trusting yourself. Like, this is really learning to trust your own inner compass here. Oh, okay. These two fell out face down, so we're going to leave them face down for a second while I go over this one. So, we have welcome. When I dream, I invite limitless magic into my life, and I welcome my spirit guides to show up in wondrous and unexpected ways. Your guides are coming through here to tell you, like, you're over here, like, thinking, like, there ain't nobody caring about me right now. They're like, you need to ask us here. You need to be like, hey, I want you around me, as opposed to just thinking I ain't got nothing. So next one, you got Destiny twice, Ruby, on different decks. I don't even know what to tell you with that one. But we got Destiny. My dreams show me that I am the co-creator of my life and destiny. Another dream. And then our last one, we have guidance. My dreams give me inspiration and guidance. This is a very, since you guys aren't in the space of trusting your intuition yet, your guidance is trying to come through in your dreams. And you're trying to receive these messages and how to heal through your dreams. You guys would probably really benefit from actually remembering and recording your dreams so you can work through this process. And more than likely, it's going to help you open up. Oh my God, I'm sitting here like it's going to help you. You guys just heard me, right? And like, you guys are going to open up. Be open. You guys are going to open up. Okay, I am open to new beginnings. I am open to new possibilities, and I welcome new beginnings. Like that's your bottom energy, right as I was trying to say that. My goodness. I swear my guides love doing this to me. They just think it's great. So, let's read Tiger's Eye for you guys. So, invites one to embrace their inner strength, personal willpower, and to call on the powers of protection. Did you guys hear that? We got protection over here. We're just gonna start saying exact words. Oh my goodness. Okay. Let's see. So, this is a reminder of the importance of primal, excuse you, phone. Okay. This is a reminder of the importance of primal instincts and accepting the shadow self. Guys, I mean, I can put this in front of you so you can see. I just clicked something random to read the meaning, and these are like the exact words that are in this thing. So, accepting the shadow self, let it slink out of the jungle and stand in the light. It nudges people to accept all angles of themselves, from playful pose to predator to protector. Life is unpredictable, and personal strength is needed to flourish. This is connected to both the root and the sacral chakra, and also solar plexus because it has a lot of that gold in it. But it helps balance physical and emotional well-being in one straight swoop. It serves as a reminder to harness inner strength, to stand a little taller, and to stop sabotaging the self because all light and love that is needed is already stashed inside of you. Like I said, quit listening to this external crap. What you need is your internal truth here. It, it's all about bringing the beautiful self-confidence to the surface. And it helps to wash away negative energy and to dig deep into the root chakra and let that self-confidence come out. Like I was telling you guys, your self-confidence really comes from the security you get in grounding yourself in your root chakra. And it helps you stay centered and connected to your core, regardless of what chaos is around you. And it cuts straight through the lack of motivation and helps shift focus by encouraging a more active approach. Like there was quite a few things in here about like movement and being active and stuff like that. Builds a safe and strong foundation. I don't know how many times these things are going to repeat words that I said. Toxic energies are washed away. Deepest dreams suddenly stop being visions and become well and truly there in targeted reach. It can help heal plenty of various relationships. It can strengthen relationship with yourself. It can help with tricky emotions that come from insecurities with finances and money. It unravels the limiting beliefs and clears away toxic energy around things that often don't serve you anymore. And it makes you feel more secure by doing that. Trying to see if there's anything else in here. Incredible amplifiers that are known for tapping in and enhancing psychic abilities. For those that want to dive deeper and connect to the third eye, the inner knowing right here, guys. And since it grounds you, you're not going to get lost in it, so you don't have to worry about that. But that right there is some tiger eye for you guys. Whew. These piles today. This moon, okay, I knew this moon was heavy. I could feel some energies and stuff, and I hadn't looked at the chart like I told you guys. But going over all this with you guys and just seeing what this energy is and actually how heavy it is for real. You're welcome, Ruby. Is like opening my eyes a little bit, and I can see honestly why I like, because I know you guys have been asking me a little bit, like I seem, you know, tired, thinking you guys are tiring me out and stuff. And it's not like you guys are tiring me out. Like there's just a lot of energies, and I feel energies very easily, that are tiring me out. There's other life things that are tiring me out, and my own work, my own inner work that I'm doing, because I'm doing it too, is tiring me out as well. So it's not like you guys are doing anything in this. In a way, I'm glad I can bring this to you guys, because I can imagine understanding it and feeling the way I do, and then not understanding it and like flowing through the emotions, like what the hell is going on with me. Well, that's the whole thing. I've been getting rest. Well, except last night. I didn't sleep last night. This energy is too whatever it is. It was the first night in a while I actually could not sleep. But I've been sleeping. But it's more of an exhaustion that's not going to really go away until I know I've done what I need to do. It's like I said, like how you guys need to work on your inner knowing. Mine is constantly yelling at me, like, you need to do this, this, and this. And it's why I'm creating so much. And I have so much that keeps popping up, like, create all these things. Because, like, it's just constantly being downloaded. Like, any creating I'm doing is like, do this. And it comes to me right before I go to sleep, too, which is very... I wish it would just, like, you know, show up while I'm awake and not before I'm trying to go to sleep, but... Definitely. I'm getting bombarded with a whole lot right now, and it has nothing to do with you guys. It's my own openings to a lot of stuff. And plus, if you're sensitive to energies, you're really going to be feeling this right now, too. So it can easily amp up a lot of things. So let's see what my jades have here. My jade pile. Okay. It seems to be a running theme here, that somewhere like I said, collectively we are... Whoo, you guys just got called out. Ooh, that's an oof. Okay. My jade pile. And this is a harsh call out too. This isn't a sweet, it's not like there's much sweet call outs, but there's gentler call outs. We have sexual arts and patience, both reversed here. Being blocked off because of trauma that has happened, and having no patience with yourself because you don't feel like you're worthy, is keeping you stuck in a victim consciousness. I told you guys this wasn't nice. You can't work past this pain and heal if you cannot move from victim consciousness to warrior consciousness. You need to be able to step out of the feeling that everything keeps happening to me, and instead step into, what can I do about this? How can I work through this? I know this has happened, but how can I heal this? Have the patience with yourself so you can free yourself of these things, so you're not stuck in them, and these are not your identity. What happened to you is not your identity. Your identity is not the victim. Who you are in your core is your identity. And it is so hard to separate yourself from things that have happened, and to learn to love yourself and have patience with yourself when you feel like you're undeserving, or you're used up, or you're not worthy of what others receive in their life. It's a very painful feeling, and it keeps you trapped in this world where you feel like you can never climb out of this. You're stuck in this pit of despair that you can never find a rope, because you feel like no one would ever offer you one. You have to realize you're your own rope. You're your own wings. You have the wings to fly out of this pit by deciding to do this healing, by deciding to step forward and take control of this and take back your identity, instead of allowing yourself, no matter what other people have told you, that this is who you are. They do not get to decide who you are. Only you can decide who you are. And this is a very passionate subject for me, because, certain people know why. But this right here, having this impatience with yourself and not allowing yourself the room for healing, but letting others take from you while you're hurting, only digs the wound deeper, because it makes you feel more used, and it makes you feel like that's all you're good for. And it's not true. That is not what you are put here for. That is not what your purpose is. Your purpose wasn't being put here to be used. You are not someone's plaything. You are not someone's doll. You're not a tool to be used at someone's convenience. You are your own person, and you are deserving of love. You are deserving of acceptance, and you're deserving of giving yourself the healing. It's not just someone else can do this. This is for you too. You can heal too. If you chose this pile, you can heal. It does not matter what other people told you and what other people deem your worth is. That does not matter. And if anyone's done that, they can go freaking suck it. Seriously. Like, for real. Like, that makes me really angry when people try to tell others what their worth is based off of traumas they've gone through in their past, or because of where they come from. That's not okay. And your worth does not come from what other people have belittled you to believe. You are not a victim. You are a warrior. You are strong, and you are worthy of loving yourself and receiving love from others. You are worthy of help and receiving help from others. And you do not belong in a pit. That is not where you're meant to stay. That is not where you're meant to flourish. You are not going to flourish in this mentality. You are just going to keep digging and digging and digging a hole to a place where you never want to come out of, because you feel so ashamed. And you have no reason to be ashamed. You should not be ashamed. I know I went on a thing there, and I'm sorry, but we're going to get into the tarot. First card out we have here is Strength. To go through these kind of things and to keep surviving, to keep fighting, takes a lot of strength. Give yourself credit. Acknowledge your strength and what you've been through, and know that you're still going. Love your strength. Don't feel like what you are waiting for, don't feel like what you truly want to do is never going to happen. This feeling of you've been waiting for this change, for an opportunity to move on from these things, starts with you. It starts with your person and diving into that strength and saying, you know what? I don't need anybody else to tell me if I'm worthy of this. I know I'm worthy of this, and I'm going to do this. Take time for yourself. Garner the patience by going within and realizing you're worthy of taking care of yourself, because you are freaking golden. You're a treasure. And that's the truth. There's no delusion here. There's no lies. You are treasure, and you are meant to treasure yourself. Don't sit here thinking you have to wait for others to tell you this. Know inside, know your inner strength is something to be treasured. Don't sit here feeling like what has happened to you is who you are. Who you are is this strength. Who you are is this wise person who's learned that you would never do this to somebody else because you know the pain it caused you. It's the spiritual growth you've been through with this. But mainly, it's knowing that you don't have to have the identity of the victim. You can have the identity of the warrior, of the treasure, of the wise one that's been through this, that knows the truth and how to treat others because they respect their emotions, they respect their feelings, and they respect the fact that people just need to understand nurturing and love. This void of course moon here missing, it's almost like the identity is missing because it's lost in this. It is so lost, and your strength is trying to show you that it's not. Your strength is trying to pull itself out here. It's connected here with these different golden hues and with the reds and the greens. Your strength is trying to come through and show you have your compassion. You give so freely, and you love with this energy that is so giving because of where you come from. Don't allow others to come in, especially any past relationships that were toxic to you, to tell you your worth and to keep that replaying in your mind, because it's not true. Learn that these people are baggage. They are straight up baggage. If they're still in your life and they're sucking you dry, they are baggage. They do not deserve your treasure. They don't deserve the heart that you have. And if they're doing nothing but taking your energy from you and not treating you like the treasure you are, then they need to go. And this moon, like the energy coming out in this pile, this moon is trying to rip it up. The Mercury, everything, like all the stuff's in here. The Venus, the moon itself, like with the Libra energy, like everything is in here. The Scorpio energy, all this stuff right now. Like you guys are getting a full renovation coming through here. You have the triangles. This is representing that grand earth trine. This activation happening is hitting major points in your chart that's just saying uproot the shit, kick it out, because you deserve so much better, and you deserve to step into your warrior, as opposed to feeling, see, look at this first house body, look at this golden, it's like yourself. Step into yourself. This is what you're supposed to be doing. 8th house, endings and beginnings. This right here, you're meant to end this cycle. You're meant to end this mindset and step into your warrior and realize just how worthy you are. Whatever other people have placed on you is not your identity. Step into your identity and leave behind what does not serve you and start fresh. Believe in the treasure you are. Both of these came out at the same time. This, I feel this group needs to write down right here, because this is such a powerful affirmation for this group. Like, I'm not even kidding about this middle card right here. The first one is saying proper rest helps me feel and look my best. You guys aren't allowing that because you don't feel you deserve it and you're running yourselves ragged. Don't do that. You guys are beautiful, and you, inside and out, you need to allow yourself rest and healing. You need to let this entrapment you've been feeling, like this 8 of Swords energy, to dissipate, because it is not fair. And that's what this Libra energy is bringing in here, is balancing the scales. It's trying to shift what is right, what is just, and trying to help you understand that the unfairness you went through isn't your identity. Because this card right here, there is medicine in my shadow. This is your shadow. The medicine is going to come from understanding the treasure you are and stepping into your strength and your warrior persona, and understanding that, yes, in my shadow I was a victim and I went through certain things, but as a warrior I stepped up and I stepped through the flames, and I was born again out of this 8th house energy. I can step up as the phoenix I am and create a new, even though this isn't new to you, this is deep down inside of you that has been repressed and told it doesn't exist. This you is the wise one, is the treasure. Don't stay stuck because of what others have said and repeatedly told you, and what your own mind has led you to believe. Because the truth with this Mercury is coming out. Your shadow is going to heal you. And we have, I shed the habits that hinder my truth. I release and renew. This connecting here. Don't hold on. Do not hold on to these old things. Whether it's people, whatever it is, don't hold on to these things that are keeping you guys like this. It's blocking off your truth, and your truth comes from this wisdom, and it comes from this strength and understanding your value. It comes from you. And I live each moment with a presence of gratitude. It's really hard to be grateful when you feel you're always a victim of circumstances, that you feel like this is just my life and this is what I live. Look and be grateful for who you are, because who you are is beautiful, and there is a lot of strength in you. Be grateful for what you have learned. There are so many things to be grateful for just for living. that if you guys allow this in, you'll be able to start stepping more into this energy instead of feeling like a desperation and not knowing what to do. Energy. I work with my dreams and my spirit's energy to reach my highest good. Your spirit is that of a warrior. And the way you're going to reach your highest good is literally by following your dreams, getting back to yourself, your actual identity, your truth, and allowing that to come out and embracing it. Act. Upon waking, I am ready to act on my passions and dreams. I think that's just repeating what I just said. Like a double affirmation here. Like, go after what you want. You are worthy of it. You are treasured. Treasure yourself. The way your guides see you, you are their treasure. They love you, okay? Destiny. My dreams show me that I am the co-creator of my life and destiny. This all comes down to what you are going to choose. Are you going to choose to remain in what you've been stuck in, or are you going to choose yourself? Are you going to choose your strength and what you know on the inside, what you feel is true? And nurture. I open my arms and wrap around those that need nurturing, starting with myself. You deserve to love yourself. And vulnerability. I allow myself to be vulnerable and honor my inner grace, wisdom, and beauty. This is literally all of it. The vulnerability here. The inner grace coming from the warrior, coming from the strength. The wisdom coming from the hermit, and the treasure coming from the beauty. All three of these things, by being vulnerable, you are honoring them. Like, I'm going to read you guys the properties of jade. It is the ultimate dream stone to help access the spiritual world and gain insight, encourage creativity, and dream solve. It is protective and considered a very powerful healing stone for good luck and friendship. It signifies wisdom gathered in tranquility, dispelling the negative and encouraging one to see oneself as they really are. It's the calm in the midst of the storm. It balances the nerves. It helps to temper shock of being away from home and family. It helps healing feelings of guilt and extreme cases of defeatism. It treats pathological normality which in this sense for you guys would be that being the victim is normal. And the excessive desire to adapt oneself to a group and having a follow the leader attitude and being compulsively driven to give in to the general opinion no matter what the cost. It's a crystal of love, and supportive of new love increases trustworthiness and fidelity and inspires love later in life. It protects against deception, authoritative abuse for financial or sexual gain, peace through strength, and helpful in homes and occupations that encounter bullying or intimidation from violent children or teens. And it balances and harmonizes the heart chakra. My jades. Know you are loved and you're worthy of love and that you can do this. So my last pile, my rose quartz gators. Let's get on to you guys as my last pile. A little bit deep. Okay. My little gators. Let's see what comes out for you guys. Because, whew, that last one, I'm over here sweating. Well, those popped out together. Okay. Okay. I'm going to say this, but I'm not going to make the reading about this. If you want to know how I feel about this, you can go watch my spiritual TED Talk that I had. But this is really reminding me of the people that are in that twin flame thing where they're feeling like the soulmate is more important than what they want out of life. This, like I said, I'm not going to go fully into this, but if that's what's happening with you, For some reason, I'm really getting the thing telling me to just go watch that because I feel like that's a strong message for you. But otherwise, what this is speaking of here is really learning to understand the duality of being able to create space for yourself to pursue your passion, because a lot of the times when you allow others to come in and they take up this space and you don't see how it's taking away from you pursuing what you really want to do, you can't put the two together. It keeps this wall up in between, and then you end up choosing putting yourself into the other as opposed to into yourself. And that keeps you, because what this reminds me of is the magician energy. It keeps you from stepping into that energy. It keeps you from being the manifester of what you want to put in the world, of what you want to create. And it keeps you from creating. It keeps you from being yourself. There's a lot of blues through here. There's a lot of need to be honest with yourself and to come to terms with, are you neglecting yourself for others, or are you being honest to your soul? Are you really going after what you feel is your purpose, or are you just doing what others tell you you're good at? And are you really balancing? Are you really creating from a heart space, or are you just making to make, to appease? These questions coming up are what you really need to be asking yourself here, because there needs to be complete honesty. There needs to be transparency with yourself in order for you to continue and understand what it is you really want. Because if you can't be honest with yourself, you can't be honest with others. And if what you want is an honest relationship, that's not what you're going to bring to yourself by being dishonest with yourself, because you don't really know what you want. You're not being honest. So what comes to you, you can easily lie to yourself and say, this is what I want, when you haven't done any of the work to really understand and integrate what it is that you truly do want. That was a little shorter because I feel like some of the people need to go watch that message and the other thing. So if you felt like what I said applied to you, go watch that. But let's see what comes out in the tarot. Okay, I'm getting a little depending on the rest of these cards, I'm going to be a little miffed with my rose gators. Guys, you guys, I think I'm starting to see why I went on that rant yesterday. I'm starting to see why it came out of nowhere, because I have a reading today that I have to go do, and if I would have got this and not done that rant yesterday, I would have been on a rant right now. This is literally the feeling of hopelessly giving yourself up to the ideal of what a relationship should be, and hopelessly giving yourself up to what someone has told you is meant for you. This right here is just making the choice to not choose yourself and just waiting and waiting and waiting on what you were told is supposed to happen. It's trying to tell yourself to let go of the heartbreak, that, you know, maybe you don't deserve to chase your passion. It's fine to be dishonest with yourself and tell yourself that you're okay with this, and to start trying to get over the fact of this. But the reason this heartbreak is happening is because of relationships. It's happening because you are deciding that you are not worthy, that you cannot give yourself the rest from relationships. They have expanded to take over your life. And it's almost like, instead of allowing yourself to be free, you're trying to make it your truth that waiting for this is the best choice. But as you can see, this card is reversed. It's not saying it's the best choice. And these reversals, and this reversal, this Mercury energy coming in here with Libra added to it with the partnerships, it's coming in and trying to say there's so much dishonesty with yourself here. There's no mental rest because you're constantly having to lie to yourself in order to release the fact that you are giving up a dream. And the only way you're giving up this dream is by telling yourself, I need to wait for this person to come back. And it's taking over your life. Well then, I guess these are your cards. And you got a lot of them. So, we're going to scoot. Oy. Guys, even the Grand Earth Trine is trying to come in here and help you guys with uprooting this. It's literally showing a freaking triangle and saying Earth element. We got water element over here that's also blue, telling you intuitively, you know you're lying to yourself. We have Pisces with the blue with this truth, but it's reversed. It's saying I believe. You're believing the lie. You are not allowing creativity because you are grounding yourself in a lie. You are placing yourself in this position where you would rather lie to yourself instead of create your own foundation. Instead of loving yourself, you would rather create a foundation in lies. You are fine with giving up your dream, with giving up your passion, your joy, as long as this comes back. But what are you going to do if it never comes back? What are you going to tell yourself? Are you still going to keep withholding love from yourself? Are you going to still lie continuously till the end of your days that this is going to come back? Are you just going to stop all of your magic and never let your mind rest and wonder why, what's wrong with you, when in reality you should have just let it go? That is what's coming through, is let it go, so that you can actually pursue what you aren't allowing yourself to right now, which is this journey of self-discovery, of knowing who you are instead of what you are in this relationship. You don't know who you are here. You only know the what you are in aspect to this person. You don't know the deep down who of who you are because you are lying to yourself about what that is. You can't love a lie because it's not real. Jupiter coming in again, because it came in on over here where you guys are not letting this out of your mind. You are thinking of this abundantly. It is all over your person. And the only way, because this right here, I'm not playing with you guys here. I have told you guys Jupiter is also the planet of lessons. What you are choosing to do is going to expand. This is the look of the Tower card. It has that lightning strike. Lightning is coming down and striking, shaking up and breaking. If you do not listen, it's going to be ripped from you. And you're going to be left wondering why and thinking you're the problem, when in reality, what's coming in is for your greater good. And you need to learn that if you can do this yourself, if you can start working on this yourself, this won't be as painful. The rip apart won't be as painful because you're already in the process. It's just going to allow you to keep moving. It's going to allow you to be stable and grounded in the uproar as things are happening. You are going to be pushed towards your dream if you allow it. If not, and you fight and you fight and you fight and you fight to stay with this, you are choosing with that Lover's card to not choose yourself. Bye, Ruby. You guys are fighting so hard to not let this go. Now is the time to integrate all that I have gathered. With a steady mind, I am connected to our collective experience. I love myself completely and unconditionally. This is all a big nope for you. It's like, no, I don't do these things. I'm not going to do these things because I have built this foundation of lie. I can't love myself because I am not a who, I am a what. I cannot steady my mind because I cannot allow myself to rest. This is literally coming up again. Like the Four of Swords, it's telling you that proper rest is going to help you, but you are not allowing proper rest. You can't integrate anything because what you've created is a facade that you won't allow yourself out of. This is a huge warning for you guys. You are being given this opportunity to wake up, to honestly, truly choose yourself. And if you can't do that, this is where you're going to stay. And while you're staying here, you're going to be handed a lot of tough things that are going to tear apart even more of the foundations. You need to start choosing yourself and creating a foundation out of the love for yourself. Love yourself completely and unconditionally. What you are trying to give to this situation, it doesn't deserve it. It doesn't deserve you. You need to take back everything you're putting here and put it into what truly makes you happy instead of what depletes you and makes you feel like you have to lie to yourself in order to have any kind of happiness in your life. Let's get your guys' affirmations. And like I said, I really feel like you guys need to go. I don't know what part of that I was talking about this, but I really feel like you guys need to go watch it. I know there's always a reason for everything, and I didn't know why I went off on a random tangent yesterday and then made a highlight out of it, but, you know, if the shoe fits. Guys, let go. I release the old and embrace the new. I grow into my very best self. This is coming out on top of this situation. Let go of this situation so you can grow into yourself, into the who you are. Love. My heart is open to love as it manifests into the world. This includes love for yourself. You need to love you need to do what you love and be who you love. Timing. The timing is just right for my dreams, desires, and goals to manifest. Like I said, this energy is that of the magician. You have the power to manifest. The timing is right now, but you need to release this. You need to let go. Otherwise, it's not going to happen. It's just not. Jupiter wants to bring in abundance, but it doesn't want to bring you in an abundance of bullshit. Like, it wants you to grow. It wants you to learn. And you've learned enough from this. You don't need to keep living a lie. Act. Upon waking, I am ready to act on my passions and dreams, coming out under discover your purpose and love this. Guys, it is time to let go, and it is time to love yourself and act on your dreams. Let's look at the bottom, acceptance. I overcome my biggest challenges by accepting what is. Accept this for what it is. I can't make this any more of what it is here. When I was talking in the chart earlier about some people are going to need to release people, and that's what some of these connections were in the chart with the aspects. This group is so tied into that aspect of needing to release relationships that don't serve them, or a certain relationship, however many it is, it doesn't really matter. But this right here, you are completely stunted. And it's a choice. The whole thing is, this is a choice. And the only way to move forward from this is to start choosing yourself instead. So I'm going to read you guys Rose Quartz. And then that's going to be the end of my live, because I do have to go. I have another reading I have to do for someone. But I'm going to go ahead and read your guys Rose Quartz. Rose Quartz is the stone of emotional healing. It is associated with all the properties of high vibrational love energy. It is meant to elevate and harmonize the heart chakra, soothe emotional wounds, and bring about a balanced energetic state of acceptance, healing, bliss, and love. It has a beautiful, warm, and gentle energy. And it creates a sense of calmness and serenity throughout your system. It supports and enhances all types of love. Love for others, love for self, and unconditional love, which you guys literally have right here. It invites you to dive deep into your heart and open up to the expansive nature of your emotions. Break away from judgment and practice deep gratitude. Trying to see if anything else. It has a very deep feminine energy. So it brings about the compassion and kindness that's needed for healing and links directly to your soul and your heart. So it helps you to dissolve by treating these two parts of yourself, any past wounds or hurts. So, guys, this energy is something else. Take care of yourselves, love yourselves, and put yourselves first. And know you're not alone. And that it's your decision to do any of these things. I wish you all the best. And I will see you guys on Sunday for your weekly energy readings. And if you want to book personal readings or anything like that, or just look at any of my social media stuff, it's in my About section down there. So you guys have a blessed, super new moon, and take care.